Good afternoon, everybody. We're going to get started. Good afternoon. Welcome to the March board meeting of the Cambria Community Services District. If you would please silence your electronic devices at this time so that we don't get interrupted. If you would like to make a comment on an item on the agenda or an item within the jurisdiction but not on the agenda, please fill out a slip. They're on the table right out in the foyer. I want to address really quickly, we've kind of rearranged the agenda. This is going to be the first meeting where things are flipped a little bit. So normally we have the general manager's report early, and we've switched it around, so consent agenda and the general manager's report are after the business items for the board. If you have any questions during the meeting, raise your hand, or you can ask Ms. Madrid if you have any questions about procedure. That said, I'd like to have you all please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. We do have a quorum. All 5 board members are present. Agenda review. This is the time where if we need to rearrange anything or additions, deletions. Mr. Carmel, if we wanted to add something to the agenda, it would have to be a 4/5 vote and an emergency. Is that the case?
There are several criteria that you could use to get something on the agenda. What's the nature of the item?
I just was asking because it says additions and deletions, and so I just wanted to make sure.
If there's a need to take action subsequent to the printing of the agenda, there is a matter of getting something on the agenda.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any additions or deletions at this time? Okay. Then I think we shall go with the Sheriff's Department report. Commander Vogue, welcome.
Welcome. Good afternoon. Commander Jim Vogue from Coast Station. This last month, we had only 69 calls for service, which is really down. The month before that, we had 110, just to kind of give you an idea, and 113, 119 before that. So that's a good thing for us. Suspicious circumstances, subjects, vehicles, we had only 8, 21 and 17 before that. So very good. Well, only one phone scam. And that was unfortunately for this one, somebody lost $225, and that's where somebody called up to fix their computer, and I just need $225 to do your monthly or your annual computer fix, and they gave them the credit card number, and unfortunately weren't able to stop payment when they found out it was a scam. 15 disturbing of the peace, which is down. Check the welfare was down to 6. Petty thefts only 2. 16 audible alarms, and all were false, and 0 burglaries, which is really a good testament to the safety of this area. A couple notable incidents. On the 23rd of February, 4500 block of Santa Rosa Creek Road, a woman's son had purchased some tickets on his computer when a site appeared and indicated that he had a virus. It would cost him $307 to remove the virus. He paid the money, and since the alleged company had called the lady, they told her they wanted to issue a refund. This is where they try to get you twice. They call you up and tell you something's wrong. You make a payment. Then they say, oh, we messed up. We're going to give you a refund, but we need to access to your computer. And unfortunately, some well-intended people do that because they think they're getting a refund. As soon as they get into their computer, they have access to all your records in there. Luckily, she didn't do that. They keep on calling her about every other day. Even somebody called her a effing bitch. And then we just advised her, don't, unless you see, if you know who they were, who they are, all the calls are blocked. They can't tell who they are, so it can't go any farther. They said they had Indian accents, so you never know where the stuff is coming from. So be very careful on that. On the 24th of February, 1700 block of Dubdale, a stepson hit his stepfather on the head with a metal rod. He was booked with assault with a deadly weapon. Windsor and Pembroke on March 12th, we made a DUI arrest at that location. Most of the times when the sheriff's office gets involved in DUIs, we stop them and call the CHP. That's kind of our contract. That's their specialty. But we have some deputies that came from other departments that they made a lot of DUIs before, so we continue to encourage that activity. On the 12th, on the 2000 block of Pierce, the lady received an email indicating that her iCloud Apple account needed to fill in information. It asked for a name, social security number, credit card number. The site looked legitimate because she reviewed the page, and then she said, and I don't know enough about IT stuff, but she said she saw a flash on the page like it was a screenshot. And then she stopped giving any further information, but she had put some vital stuff down. A couple days later, several attempts at fraudulent charges were made to her credit card. She canceled the credit card, changed her Apple account, and so be very careful on these things. Either computer or telephone generated, you make the call, you get the letter, make sure it's legitimate before you go anything further. And yesterday at Creekside Gardens, not in the restaurant itself, but in the parking lot there, we had a altercation that came out with a lady and a man. The lady was pushed down. She got a knot on her head. We were told that the lady was struck with a tent stake. The lady is a homeless lady that lives around here that we're very familiar with. We went to see whether or not she was punctured with a tent stake. She was at Sierra Vista, refused to let us look at her back or refused to get any treatment on her back. We don't think she was actually hit with a tent stake. Tent stake was in her hand originally anyway, so it turned out to be a big battery, and we'll provide that to the DA's office. So, and that's it for the report, unless anybody has any questions.
Are there any questions from the board? I just had one question.
Yes,
I heard an anecdote, which it means it could have only happened once, but somebody was over at the dog park, at the new location of the dog park, and as she was leaving with the dog in her car up Rodeo Grounds Drive, a sheriff was following her. I guess he had come in down Rodeo Grounds Drive and then was following her out and pulled her over and was inquiring as to what she was doing there. The sheriff's department's aware that the dog park has been moved over there, yes?
Yes.
Okay. It was just kind of odd because now that it's in a place that it isn't visible from a main road, really. I can understand that it would be a safety thing, but we also have the issue with the houseless people that can congregate down in the area of the rodeo grounds near the dog park. I don't know if it's physically near the dog park, but I know that down that road can be kind
close.
of.
Yeah,
but it's a very
towards the creek area.
Yeah,
there.
so it can be kind of a dangerous place. So I don't know if I just wanted to make sure that because it didn't seem like from the person who told me the story that the sheriff was even aware there was a dog park over there.
Okay.
So I'm glad that you guys are patrolling and making sure everything's safe, but she was a little perplexed as to why she was pulled over and like they ran her license and everything to make sure she wasn't on probation or whatever.
Yeah. Did she have a dog?
Yes, she did.
Okay, then that's good. That's evidence there that you're at the dog park. But I really don't know on that particular occasion. But if they don't know, I will make sure that they know that the dog park has relocated. But we have issues with transients that come down and stay along the creek area, but also we get complaints from runners or walkers. That's a frequent area where we have a lot of locals here that like to walk their dogs, not just the dog park, but that area. So we've had several complaints about that, but I'll make sure that they know what's
I'm just
going on.
concerned about the safety of everybody and not having.
I agree.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much for your report today. Moving on, we have public comment. This is a time for items that are not on the agenda but are within the purview of the district. I have one request to speak at this time. Dawn Howell.
Greetings.
You will have 3 minutes.
Whoops.
Greetings.
Okay. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
My first is a question. I do have a comment on an item on the consent agenda. Do I wait for that, or in the event that it doesn't get pulled? I'm just a little bit puzzled. What's the proper procedure?
Now is fine, I think.
Okay, I'll use most of my 3 minutes on that. But
Okay.
before I start, just a couple of things. In reviewing the expenditure reports, I noticed quite a lot of bottled water being consumed, and I just thought this was a little humorous for a water district that where the employees won't drink the water that's being produced. I think that's a little bit strange. So I just thought I'd mention that, although I do notice from the general manager's report that there has been an effort to get a cheaper source of bottled water. Nevertheless, it just remains, if the water's not good enough for you guys to drink, I'm not sure it's good enough for the rest of us either. Anyway, having said that, the item that I wish to mention it's 6D, the proposed contract with the software company. Now, my background is, in fact, in software development, and for the past, I've developed insurance processing programs, financial programs, and for the past 15 years before I retired was the database administrator at the University of California at Santa Barbara. So I do know a little bit about this stuff. I've seen million-dollar projects that the university has engaged in, some which came off and some which did not. So the point I wish to make here is I reviewed thoroughly the proposal that the company is, and I was very impressed. It's extremely well thought. The contract is well thought out. But my comment is, in reviewing the justification for this, I really don't see that this is something that this is when it falls under the nice to have, but not essential things. We have accounting software that is working. Largely, the advantages that were proposed had more to do with ease of customer service and things like that, a little bit of saving of staff hours. The problem is it's an extremely expensive proposition. Not only is there more than $60,000 a one-time fee, but you have more than $30,000 a year on a 5-year contract. And at the end of that 5 years, there's nothing to prevent the company from raising that annual price. So it becomes this may be a good thing, but I don't know that this is the time when we're already hemorrhaging money. The other point, in reviewing the implementation plan, there is, in fact, some hidden costs there that would really need to be considered. It's going to require a lot of staff time, lots of staff time. When you go through that and you think about the hours that will be involved, is this really something we want our staff to be doing at this point when we have so many other things? I recommend that we put this on the table and possibly revisit it in a year or two when perhaps our financial books are a little bit more in order. In my last 15 seconds, sustainable water facility is not sustainable. This may be, I think, wishful thinking. It may become sustainable, but it's not sustainable now because you can't dispose of the brine. Not to mention the fact that it will not be sustainable if it never rains again. Now, clearly it has, so that doesn't. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Mr. Gruber, did you want to respond to any of or we can get to that when we go to consent agenda about the software?
We can if it's polled or if there's any questions, I can do that. Just real quick on the bottled water, what we've done is we have in place now what's it called? It starts with B. Brita, yeah. And then what we're doing now is using that as opposed to bottled water. So the bottled water that we are using is just a residual what we have left over. We've done away completely with that. And we've actually purchased for all the employees their own little water bottles, so we're not no longer buying bottled water. So, and the other,
Vice President Berenger.
Yeah, I'd like to comment. I saw one of my constituents at the cookie crock, and they're at that dispensing machine, and they're putting water in their bottle. And I said, the water's virtually free from the CCSD. And he mentioned that in his home, it doesn't taste as good. And the water, I believe, that we're delivering tastes very well. And likewise, I've tried it outside, and my house is relatively new. It's all copper. my water tastes great. But a lot of times, and a while back we had somebody showing the debris that showed up in there when they boiled all the water away. A lot has to do with the internal plumbing of your facility. So it's just a point.
Thank you. All right, next up, we have the finance manager's report.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I didn't see your light, Director Farmer.
It's not your fault. I just wanted to briefly read an email that was sent out just before noon today by our water supervisor, Jason Buell, commenting on the rain and the impact that it might have had upon the community. So we've had, at least at my house, it's 5 inches since Tuesday afternoon. Jason, remarks that it was a little less than that from his measurement, but he was describing the fact that we were fortunate to have a low tide this morning, because if we had had a high tide, let's say 5 feet or more, he believes the town would have flooded. He said at 8 o'clock this morning, he watched the creek, San Simeon Creek, rise over a foot in 5 minutes. And at that time, the creek was only 2 feet below the parking lot at the Rodale Grounds pumping station. So we're very fortunate that you might recall the flood that we had back in, 1995. We had more rain, but we had a high tide at that time, which contributed to the flooding of the West Village. So we're fortunate to have come out unscathed. And so I just thought I'd mention that. Thank you.
Vice President Merrigan?
Maybe I can comment too on a constituent was concerned about the debris that was building up in the creeks, and he says, what is the CCSD going to do about it? And I mentioned it to the general manager, and essentially we can't go into the creeks and get rid of the debris. It belongs to Fish and Game, I believe, the responsibility. So even though we see danger, it's interesting that we cannot do anything to remediate that danger. And I do know that they put an automatic start on that pump at the end of Main Street, but I share with your concerns, Mr. Farmer, and I hope that we can somehow, over a period of time, be able to remediate the creek, or have the county remediate the creek, or even have Fish and Game remediate the creek so that we don't face another flood.
Thank you. All right. Mr. Gruber, just a quick question. Finance manager's report is going to be a brief one today, and then the budget will be the big item?
Well, if it's okay with the board, I think he can cover everything in that one particular agenda item.
On the agenda item?
It'd
Okay.
probably be better use of everybody's time.
Okay.
Are you okay with that, Rudy?
Okay.
Yes.
So if we have
That's
questions on a specific thing in this agenda, then we can address them at that time on that item.
I think that would be helpful, but if there are some things
Is there any objection from the board?
if there are
on
some
that?
things in the
Okay.
finance or the expenditure reports that you need clarification on or anything like that.
We
but
can do that during that
Yeah,
time.
but I think Finance Manager Hernandez will be able to cover everything on his mid-year
Thank you.
budget.
I'm anxious to not miss the fire chief's report. Chief Hollingsworth. Welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for letting me be here today. For the month of February, there were 84 emergency responses for the Cambria Fire Department. Of those, the balancing out along compared with the numbers for January, we're running just under 80% of local people that live here contacts versus 20% that are from out of the community. So that's a consistent figure that we will continue to report based on your request, so you can have kind of a real good understanding of who it is we're providing primarily that emergency services medical response to, but that's where it falls in. In regards to the fire hydrant maintenance program, we've completed over 140 hydrants to date. So we're not quite to 50%, but we're making really good headway. We have found two interesting issues. At some point, we don't know when, and the water department doesn't know when, there were some hydrants that were ordered and installed in the community that have different size connections. Now, that's not incredibly bad because we carry adapters for all of those eventualities. For instance, the hydrant system in San Simeon is based on a 4.5-inch connection, which these other hydrants are, and ours in our community and our infrastructure is 4-inch. It's very common for communities to have different sizes for different reasons. So we still have the ability to connect to a thing, but you can imagine that there might be an inherent time delay in going to put something on and it doesn't fit. So I just want to commend Jason and the water department for being very proactive in getting that information from us and then working to fix it immediately. The other issue is there's been a relatively small number of hydrants that due to either road sloughage or sliding hills or increasing vegetation, the hydrants need to be raised. And so we have the ability, the water department has the ability to go in and turn the water off to that area for a short time, put in a riser, reconnect the hydrant, and it makes it significantly easier to connect and then use that for whatever needs to be used. So for Jason and the water department, they've been very proactive, and I just really appreciate their cooperative help on doing all that stuff. Evident to that fact, there was also a fairly significant fire on Bristol over on Park Hill a few weeks ago. There was one minor injury to that where somebody was transported with borderline first and second degree burns on their hands and feet, but everybody made it out okay. The fire was contained to one small area of, well, I say one small comparative to the whole house. It was one entire room was completely gutted. The cause of the fire is under investigation, but there is one thing that I want to specify. There was a rumor that was going around that PG&E was involved and power lines were down and things like that, and that is absolutely not the case. We have a couple of different choices to secure the power when a fire happens for the safety of our fire responding personnel and then also the occupants in the house. We either turn the power off at the house or we have PG&E come to the scene and secure it at the pole. And in this instance, I had them secure it at the pole because the power lines went directly behind the home. All of the fire and smoke that was coming up out of this building was going right into those lines, creating a significant arcing problem. And so immediately on scene, we didn't know if the power lines were down or not, which is why I called them there and they secured it at the pole. But we were easily able to confirm that they were not involved. They have a very legitimate concern based on some of the other things that are happening statewide to be very clear about what's going on, but they were not part of that component. And a big thank you to Red Cross for helping out quite a bit because there was a number of people that were displaced in that fire. And until insurance and other things kick in, Red Cross was really a big part of that. And then also, I've talked about the fact that there's no place in this county that can solely contain and take care of a fire like that by themselves. We had assistance immediately from CAL FIRE here in town. We had Templeton Fire, Morro Bay, Cayucas, and an engine from South Bay as well. Plus the chief from Morro Bay came up to help out. There's a lot of things to do, and there's nobody sitting idle when that happens. So it was just really important to know that there's a lot of cooperative help that comes into town, and we all owe them a debt of gratitude every time something like this happens, and it works both ways. We go and help them as well. We did finish the testing process for our reserve hire. Again, this is not new positions. They are replacing current vacancies, and we have 5 candidates that are currently in our background and medical evaluation phase. Assuming all of those are approved, we have a training academy starting in April and hope to have them on the floor by May. So we'll be able to help augment some holes that were in regards to staffing. And I mentioned last month that we're in the beginning stages of the weed abatement setup for this coming year. I just turned in all the documentation to District Council this last week, and we hope to have all of that stuff prepared for you for the next meeting for your consideration to actually declare the notices and then go down that whole process to issue the notices to all the people in the community that own property. One of the things we've talked about kind of in that regard is how do we address some of the fuel reduction projects that just seem insurmountable in the community, and what do we do? And one of the reasons we set up and completed that multi-jurisdictional hazard mitigation plan is by doing so, it enabled us to then apply for funds as they become available from state and federal disasters. Now, secondary to the disaster declaration down in Santa Barbara and Ventura counties with the recent fires and flooding, a disaster grant period opened, and with the help of Director Pearson and Haley from the office, we were able to file what are called NOIs, Notices of Intent. We filed 7 different NOIs under this grant application period. For about, its totals right now around $500,000. 5 of those NOIs are specific to fuel reduction in different parts of the community, primarily for just creating better safety areas, enhancing evacuation and escapee corridors. One of them is potentially for a limited term forest manager, forester for the community, which is kind of a big deal. It's something we've been talking about for quite some time. And then obviously, if that was awarded, we would then heavily coordinate that with our forest committee and green space and all the other people that have a lot of concern and interest in doing that. And the last NOI was for a seismic evaluation and possible repairs to CCSD infrastructure, which is all of those things are identified as high components within the LHMP. So we're happy to be able to say that those were filed. We hope to come back to you with some good news that maybe they pick one of those up. Now, if they do agree to it, it's not a guarantee that it happens. It just means we get to move on to the next phase, and we get to write the fairly extensive grant application that goes with it. But that's a positive first step to be moving along that line. And then lastly, I just want to let you know that the Fire Safe Focus Group is continuing with the town hall meetings for the community in regards to fire safety. They've held 2 of them, and the third one is going to be this next Tuesday at 6 o'clock. It was moved to the evening to hopefully capture some more of the business owners and working populace, as this meeting's focus is more along the lines of how do you help out the community in the recovery phase after something has happened. So we're real excited to be hosting that, and then the final one is going to be April 24th on Tuesday as well. So I'm over to you for any questions.
Board members, questions? Director Wharton.
That Fire Safe Focus Group is meeting here in the Vets Hall then?
Here in the Vets Hall?
Okay, I just want to clarify where it was going to be. Thank you.
President Rice, just as a point
Yes,
of
Mr.
clarification too, we have so we've submitted the NOIs and notices of intent, and then if we move to the next process, what I would like to do is bring it back to the board, because at that point in time, it's going to require probably some matching funds of some kind, and so our policy in place is when we get to the next step, we would want the board to commit, at least in principle, not necessarily as part of the budget process, that they would further support those efforts and come up with the necessary funds to support the things that Chief's referring to. So, yeah, good job. Good
Vice
work on
President
everybody.
Barriger.
Yes, but since this is multi-jurisdictional, who's responsible for writing the grant? Is that a CCSD responsibility, a fire safe focus group, or who is the grant writer?
At this point, it would probably fall to some of the responsibility of the CCSD. Now, whether or not that happens internally, or we contract with somebody like either Cat 5 or there's some other people in this area that specialize in that, that's an absolute possibility. And some of those funds can usually be captured within the grant application as well. But there would be an absolute benefit to including people from the CCSD in the training portion of making those grants happen. So if they award NOI number 1, for instance, we would then most likely send at least 1 or 2 of the CCSD personnel, and that could be anybody from employee to administration to board member, to assist in that development process. And it would make a lot of sense to include a company like Cat 5, just for argument's sake, so they would have a lot of specifically because they helped write the LHMP, a lot of direct connection to that, and they're more familiar with the process.
And in conjunction with that, oftentimes we're restricted within our jurisdiction, which is our service line.
Yes.
Would this allow us to move outside of that? Let's say there's something that's not actually physically owned by the CCSD, but it's on the border in a forest or something. Can we expand a little bit or not?
We can to a certain extent, and part of the funds, and Director Pearson could correct me if I have this incorrect, part of the funds that are committed for those projects are operational, if you will. There's another component of it that's administrative, and that component is defined and created for us to work out operative agreements through our district council with the property owners that all of this stuff falls on. So whether it's right on the CCSD or right outside of it, and we're talking about the Cavell Ranch, for instance, which may be outside of it, we still have the opportunity to apply it to that area. So the administrative side of it would be to work out all those kind of specific details, but then we could apply the funds for actually mitigating the problem. That's the way I understand it.
Thank you, Chief.
Director Farmer.
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up on one item that you mentioned, Chief Hollingsworth, with regard to the working on the grant for the forest manager. And I know it was brought up at the Forest Committee meeting, and I don't know if you mentioned the length of time, but it was discussed at that point that you would be able to fund, if you got the grant, you'd be able to fund the forest manager for 3 years.
Yes, so all of the terms of use of this are 36 months, at least in regards to this specific declaration. Sometimes that can move depending on what's going on. And we funded it based on a limited term for 3 years, part-time, benefited position that would be either part of the CCSD or part of the fire department specifically for the purpose of making this happen. So the idea is to have them here for a long enough period of time to help develop an exhaustive forest management plan, working very closely with all these other entities and groups that have a very specific concern about how well that's done. And then hope that then helps set us up for success as we move down the road. But the idea is to have them here for 3 years.
All right, thank you.
I just have a couple of things. I've heard several different transformers around town on the power poles have kind of
Failed?
Yes, thank you for the word, failed. Is there a program that PG&E does that does maintenance on those, or is there something that might be causing that we can affect a change in, or?
The short answer is there used to be, there is not anymore. PG&E used to spend quite a bit of money every year going around specifically on coastal communities with trucks with special buckets and hose those things off to get all of the silt, the built up salt and dust accumulation off of those transformers. So when it did rain initially like this and it created those arcing possibilities, it would reduce that. However, they found, and this is how it was defined to me, that it was more cost effective to replace them when they failed than to do it ahead of time. So unfortunately, what that does mean is occasionally we end up responding to fires, power pole fires, transformer explosions, things like that. And it could be anything from it explodes or pops and it fails and the people lose power until it's replaced, to it explodes and burns the top half of the pole off, and then they have to replace the whole thing. So that's nothing that any of us have any control over. You may be able to write letters of concern to the proper authorities within PG&E. I don't know that they would change the policy, but I can understand both sides of that equation.
It would be, if this is going to be an increasing thing because they're not doing the maintenance, maybe it would be appropriate for a future agenda item to look at whether we want to send the Public Utilities Commission or something a letter to that effect.
And it may be appropriate also to get I'm just relating to you how it's been explained to me. So it may be important to have possibly a representative come and explain what it is they truly are doing, because I may not have captured it 100% correct, and they might have better information for you.
And the other thing was on the hydrant size, the ones that are a different size, maybe you could paint them a different color so it would be easy to see.
We don't need to do that because
Okay.
we've already addressed it with an adapter issue that we worked with Jason. So as soon as we advised him there was a problem, he's already ordered and installed all the correct adapters on the hydrant.
So the hydrants have the adapters.
It was an immediate fix, and even if we don't, they didn't do that, we still have the ability to adapt it internally with apparatus we carry. It just adds a little bit of time.
This makes it easier, though, that Jason had already taken care of that.
Absolutely.
Thank you for that clarification. Thank you for your report today. Is there anything further? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Ad hoc committees and liaison reports. I know we do have the standing committees later on the agenda. Does anybody have any liaison reports or ad hoc committee reports? Director Pearson?
I did go to the health department's health district's meeting yesterday, and they passed a resolution to reduce their ambulance service from 4 shifts to 3 shifts. They're going to get rid of one of the night shifts based upon a consultant's review of their finances, which is driving the whole thing. And so there will now be 3 instead of 4 shifts for ambulance in Cambria at some point. The administrator is going to figure out exactly what the time frames are going to be and that kind of thing. Now, there will be the county is going to have an ambulance service cover, okay, so that, as I understand it, when there's a call out and we have one ambulance, they will start an ambulance our way to cover so that there's always an ambulance in. But again, whether that one gets here in time, et cetera, is unknown. So they also talked about the fire safe, and they also talked about raising their rents. Oh, I'm sorry, raising their rents that they charge for Suites A and Suite B, okay, by 5% is what they passed. So that's my report on the health district.
Thank you. Director Farmer.
Thank you. First, I did attend the Forest Committee meeting, and already mentioned that there was a short discussion on the funding the forest manager position. So also, the Forest Committee is printing up new 50 more copies of the Cambria Weed Guide for the upcoming event, the Earth Day Fair at Creekside Preserve, sponsored by Green Space, and that's on Sunday, April 27th. Also, they're working on a translation. Once again, it's a little bit harder to find someone to be able to do this, working on a Spanish translation app for the Weed Guide. And then finally, and I feel a little bit ambivalent about mentioning this, nevertheless, there's a possibility that there may be a grant available for the biomass facility that has been considered, let's say, last year. But a member of the board of the Forest Committee, Christine Heinrich, talked with the vice president of the company, and he said that he felt like this biomass facility wouldn't be appropriate or suitable for Cambria for a variety of reasons. Plus, he felt that the cost would be prohibitive for a community of our size. So there we are, and that's what I have to report from the Forest Committee. And with regard to the Friends of the Fiscalini Ranch meeting, the Wildflower Show, which a month ago was still kind of up in the air because we hadn't gotten much rain, that's a go, obviously, and that's going to be right here on April 28th and 29th. For those of you that haven't come to the Wildflower Show, it's awesome, one of the best in the nation, seriously. Also, and I see the treasurer, Ted Siegler, is in the audience if he wants to get up and maybe elaborate on this, but the Friends have secured a $5,000 grant from the James Irvine Foundation for education programs and docent walks in Spanish out on the ranch, and that's a very cool thing. I'm going to pass on this here. Also, the Friends is pursuing getting a scholarship fund available to assist young people at the high school, or more than likely folks at Cuesta or at Cal Poly, including grad students that have already expressed an interest, let's say, in being involved in working in something like, let's say, the Fiscalini Ranch, or just have a real interest in the environment. Let me see, what else do I want to mention? There's been completion of chip coverage in many areas on the ranch. Erosion control is being addressed even more so now, and because of the rains. And that's it. Thank you.
Director Wharton.
Well, I see Steve Niffen out there. I'm not sure if he's going to discuss what the pros' goals were, or if he was going to discuss the last meeting. But
I think he's doing the goals.
Okay, though I can discuss what we talked about at the last meeting, held March 6th. It was one of the largest attended meetings that I have been to since October. We had a presentation from Jim Majors regarding a swimming pool at the another swimming pool in town. School district is not interested in land space donation for us for that right now. They feel that there's a need for a pool that is underserved by the Shamel Park pool. And they were asking pros to do another survey to determine what the community may want. So that was agendized for the next meeting. Then it was on to the other business of the schoolhouse move, the dog park, Center Street Historical Corridor. A letter of concern was read into the record from Joyce Williams about increased traffic at her house and the surrounding areas. And there was good discussion for where this property should be placed, and I think John Ehlers succinctly nailed it with, we just want to preserve the building. We just want to make sure that that property is preserved. We have 2 years to move it until 2/9/2020. That's our deadline on that. And I commend the people that are working on both sides of this to get the project done. I think it will be done hopefully well before then. So.
Okay, and I just wanted to mention that the CSDA training starts on March 14th, I think, 15th. And it's one of the goals that we did have for the board that was approved at the beginning of the year was related to all of us attending, and I hope that that everyone's planning on it. I intend to go. I just wanted to put a reminder out there. It's a couple weeks away.
Well, you said March. It was April?
April, yes, you are correct. Tax day, April 15th. Thank you for the correction. Sunday, April 15th. So I guess tax day is the 16th this year. Vice President Berenger.
I actually don't have much to report. The Cambria Tourism Board was doing a long-range planning exercise, and when they completed that, I don't think there's anything specific relating to the CCSD that's going on there. I did attend the NCAC meeting last night. Hank, I forget Hank's last name from Cayucas, but he's around. He's been appointed as San Simeon. He's been appointed as a San Simeon representative, and he's been championing cameras for police, body cameras for police, and the NCAC is submitting a letter supporting that, maybe trying to get a pilot project perhaps in this area of body cams for sheriffs, and that's probably the most significant thing that went on. Thank you.
All right. I think that's the end of the ad hoc reports. Is everybody okay to continue? Okay. Regular business. Discussion, first item, Mr. Gruber.
Thank you, President Rice and board members. Item 5A, the first item on the regular agenda, is discussion and consideration of proposed 2018 Parks, Recreation, and Open Space goals and objectives. And we have Steve Niffen, the chair of the Pros Commission, here with us. And for your consideration are the three goals that the Pros Commission is recommending for adoption by the CCSD Board of Directors. And with that being said, if it's okay with the board, I think Steve has some things to say about those. So, thank you.
Welcome.
Steve Niffen, Chairman of the Pros. No, I really don't have anything to say unless you have questions about what it is that we've got down. The Burton corridor is something that we've kind of started taking a liking to, and then the bikes obviously is an important thing, and then working with the build-out reduction committee on lots that we think are advantageous to our goals, not just lots as pocket parks on communities necessarily. And I could digress into a million other things or answer questions too about certain things, like why a playing field isn't necessarily on the agenda as a goal right now, and on. But I'll let you fire away if you have anything.
Vice President Berenger.
You just brought up why a ball field isn't on the
We're just kind of in a holding pattern right now is kind of what we're feeling. And to digress from that, there's declining enrollment at the schools.
Yeah.
They've closed Toys R Us. I don't know if anybody noticed, but kids aren't playing with toys anymore, which is a whole, change in the social thing that we're doing. And so we need a playing field at some time. I've been very encouraged by the people that have come up to me and said there's money out there for the playing field. I have absolutely no fear that the moment we decide to build the field, we can get the money for the field. But we get back to some of the same things that Mr. Gruber was talking about yesterday at the chamber, or Tuesday at the chamber meeting, is we have all these unfunded responsibilities. The bathrooms were the thing we were talking about at the chamber meeting. I don't want to build a playing field that we don't have some type of funding system to take care of it. So we need to really kind of get our hands around how we're going to fund a Parks and Recreation Department before we build the field. At least that would be our position, I think.
Right. And let me just take this opportunity to talk about the bike sharing program that the chamber has put into place. They're trying to get some additional sponsors. Bike sharing in town could happen. There's an argument, or not an argument, a difference of opinion with a lot of people, including Aaron Lynn, as to what you do first. Do you have bikes first, or you have the infrastructure first? And if we have bikes, maybe the infrastructure will follow. But nonetheless, there is a program out there. It needs some additional sponsors, and it could run for a couple of years as a trial project. So the hotels will need, and other people might need to step up for it. But they're also applying for additional funds for that. But that exists, and it kind of affects a lot of people: Parks and Recreation, the chamber, the hotels, etc. So that's out there, and hopefully I'm a supporter of it. So, but thank you for your report.
Yeah.
Director Pearson.
Question or comment. General Manager, somebody on staff mentioned to me that the next thing at the park on the rodeo grounds has to be bathrooms before you can do any more improvements. Is that true or not true?
So not that I'm going to speak legally for anybody, but I'm pretty sure that we can't have running water on the ranch. That's in their the regulations that they've got to follow. That's why the plan calls for a decomposition toilet. But we have tried to come up with some other ways around that. I don't know if I want to speak to that now, but right, because the bathrooms are the most important things. We realize that the Roman civilization was what it was because they had the best bathrooms. And so that's an important thing. And the water department being where it's at is not on the ranch property. So that property is separate, and we might be able to do something there that had running water and toilets if we had that, if I'm not speaking out of line. But that would be my idea. But no, not necessarily on. We can't even put water at the dog park. They have to bring their own water because that's what the, the CC&Rs or whatever they are. So.
The conservation agreement.
Yeah, the conservation easement, yeah.
Director Farmer?
Well, first off, Roman civilization aside, I think solar-powered toilets have been around now since the early 70s, so we might even consider something like that.
As long as they're not using water, that's what we're going to go with.
Cool. I just want to ask a couple of quick questions. First off, with regard to redoing the Burton Drive pedestrian path, could you remind us once again why we're having to consider doing that?
Well, I think that we're not considering doing it, but we have discussed in the past that is a need, getting people up and down the hill, bikes, it's a safety issue,
right.
Kids going to the junior high. So it's been on the radar way out there. Now that the park got done, Mr. Gibson actually has kind of brought this up in some of his projections for infrastructure repairs, and that's actually widening the Burton Road, making it safer for pedestrians and for bikes. And within that discussion, we've started talking about maybe trying to get a bike path down the other side of the canyon where there's property, and it's literally a far off objective goal. Other than the safety issue of the Burton corridor is not a far off objective goal. We want to work with people on that, getting people up and down the hill.
And if I ask you, on item number 2 here, it says the establishment of additional bike paths throughout the community. which ones do we already have?
But that might have been an overstatement.
Okay.
You know, we have a bike path on the highway. That could technically be a bike path as it crosses the highway, and
Okay.
it's part of the crosstown trail. There was probably a bicycle component to that too.
All right, I guess I was just interested which ones we already had and who paid for them and who's going to pay for the ones if we do implement them, so.
Yeah,
That's
this is you know, we have not really even had goals for the last 4 or 5 years because we've been focused on the park so much. So that's why the establishment of these goals are kind of a new, you know, just kind of a mixing of ideas putting together. There's not going to be any of this stuff funded, I'm going to say, in the next year or two for certain.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I just had a couple of things. I'm not sure what the nexus is. I support these things getting done in the community, first of all, but I'm not sure what the nexus is for CCSD to be involved in a project about a pedestrian path. Does it affect our infrastructure at all, or we're just
No, it was
advocating
more
for
just
the county to do
loosey-goosey
it?
open space, and safety was the one thing that we had talked about. And we're not, literally, we're not looking to, we're just looking more to assist and to encourage and to, you know, basically try to get our fair share from the county if we can for these kinds of projects.
Yeah, and it was the same kind of concern that I had about what the nexus was about the bike paths. Again, I
the same
totally
thing.
support having these things in our community, but it's not our responsibility. So I just want to, the other thing is, there's a cart and a horse thing, but there's also a chicken and egg thing. If you don't have any fields, it doesn't matter how many kids want to go out and play if there's no place for them to be. If you have a place for them to be, they're more likely to occasionally go and exercise outside. So kind of seems to me to have that as a goal, even if it's just the first step of trying to round up how are we going to do the ongoing funding of the maintenance, or how are we going to raise the money, that then at least we're taking a step down the road in that direction, which I think was part of the overall vision for that park, was to do that. And I don't want it to drop off the radar of the things that PROS needs to be kind of focused on.
So am I understanding you? would
Now,
like to-
this is just me. One,
No,
I want to make sure there's a consensus of the board
build a playing
first.
field
but-
as much as anybody in town. I'd have had it number one. I just kind of took a back seat in this
Mm-hmm.
one just because I figured we had kind of accomplished what I'd been pushing so hard for the last
Mm-hmm.
4 or 5 years. But yeah, I will make note that you think that we need to have the playing field on the radar.
I'd like to get consensus from the board, because this is not just my opinion. It needs to be, the whole board needs to be on board, so to speak, on board
Because
with
Amanda,
this.
seriously, if that's your guys' position, we can push even harder, because literally there have been people bugging me
Mm-hmm.
about wanting to get the field going. They've got money, they've had it sitting around waiting kind of for this thing to happen, you know, but
that-
my whole fear is if we build it, who's going to take care of
Right,
it?
and we have to
Carlos?
put those things in place so that, yeah, I totally agree with you. We don't want to build something we can't take care of. Vice President Berenger?
I would just echo the fact that, yes, I think it could be a focus. Right now, we hydro-seeded it, and we actually got some rain. Perhaps in this next year, we can maintain the fact that it's flat. Make sure that we have less weeds, at least start in that way. So if somebody wanted to kick a ball around, they could. And whether we have a backstop and everything else might be in the out years, but
Yeah, that goes to infrastructure and Carlos, but yeah, that was the idea that the hydro seed and the mowing of that would at least make for a place that you might be able to run around and create your own open space with the gophers and the thistles. But yeah, that's, you know.
Well, I would make a motion so as to formalize the direction that we'd like to have PROS have the fields on their set of goals, not to have them built this year, but to have figure out where that funding, that ongoing funding, to have their eye out for grants, et cetera, that kind of thing, because I just don't want it to drop off into nowhere's land. So I would move that we request PROS add a goal to their proposed goals to work on the first steps for getting that field and funding in place. Is that clear, Ms. Madrid?
I vote aye.
I need to get a sec. Is there a second?
Before we second, I'd also like to have staff do a quick number on what the budget would be to maintain the field until we do that. Take care of the weeds and, as you said, keep the place flat, et cetera, et cetera. I don't think that would be a lot of money, but I'd like to see it put in the budget for next year to make sure we maintain that thing so that we can do something with it in the future. And my other question is this a ball field or a soccer field or both?
Well, at this point, it would just be a flat grass. There's a little bit of contention over what kind of apparatus can actually be on the Fiscalini Ranch. It can't really be permanent. So even backstops and stuff like that are going to have to be technically movable.
Yeah, but they make them on rollers now, so we can do that.
It would be something in that
Okay, and
fashion.
they fold up too, I think. But
it would be soccer and baseball,
Is the two?
would be the two.
That's your vision, right?
That would be
Those
the
two.
vision, yeah.
Thank you.
Vice President Berenger.
I will second your original motion without a requirement for, without a precursor that the staff comes up with a budget, but especially a budget. An estimate might be provided to pros, but I don't think that in lieu of budgeting it, I think we can still move forward in planning. So
Yeah,
I'll
I think
second it.
at least the first, thank you. So there's been a motion and second to request that pros add a goal on figuring out the fund, how we're going to support it first.
I'm
That we're not
appreciative of the
ready to build.
direction, actually.
I would like to have a roll call vote, please. Motion by President Rice, second by Vice President Berenger.
President Rice?
Aye.
Vice President Berenger?
Aye.
Director Pearson?
Aye.
Director Wharton?
Yeah, I'd like to dovetail onto what Director Pearson was saying about funding, or I'd like to see a number, just so we know what we're kind of playing around with. But I vote aye.
Director Farmer?
We.
The motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much for bringing
I'm
these
stoked I came.
forward.
I was like thinking I wasn't going to get anything done today, and I'm very happy that I came. We'll be moving forward. Thanks.
the rest of the day off.
Thank you, Mr. Niffen. Mr. Gruber.
Thank you, President Rice and board members. Item 5B is discussion and consideration of the mid-year budget review and adoption of Resolution 06-2018, amending fiscal year 2017-2018 budget. We're going to have Rudy Hernandez present this staff report. He has a brief PowerPoint, and the presentation overall is going to be brief. One of the things that I would like to add is, even though we have a slight deficit, there's one department that I want to point out and discuss just briefly, and that's the wastewater department. Historically, I think we've all sat here, however long you've been on the board, and usually this time we come back and we say we need a significant amount more in the wastewater fund than we're asking for right now. I think what we're seeing is the fruits of our labor at the wastewater treatment plant. We all agree that there is still a lot of work that needs to be done there, but what we've done, the repairs in the last 4 or 5 years, and also the ongoing preventive maintenance, and that's an important component in utility management and infrastructure management, is maintenance. I think the maintenance work that we've been doing down there from a preventive maintenance standpoint has helped us significantly reduce the need to replace things from a capital expenditure. Now, that doesn't mean that the wastewater budget is perfect. It doesn't mean that there isn't a whole lot of work that needs to be done down there. But after speaking with the wastewater staff, it's apparent that we're not so much in an emergency response mode anymore. We're more of an operational mode. So that's taken a long time for us to get where we are. It's taken about 4 or 5 years, actually. So with that, I'm going to have Rudy present the different departments. And then the recommendation that we have doesn't necessarily have to be the recommendation that moves forward by the board. What I mean by that is we really should be giving you two alternatives. The first alternative is to take funds from the general fund to balance this. But really the second alternative for the board to consider, and staff does support this, is that we simply reject the recommendation of taking the money from the general fund, and we meet with our department managers for the remainder of this fiscal year and say we're going to cover the cost of these things, and we're going to work real hard to sharpen our pencils to make sure that we don't have to take that money from general fund. So before Rudy gives his presentation, I just wanted to let the board know that there's really two options. There's the option of taking the money to balance this at this point in time from the general fund, or there is allowing us to finish the fiscal year. This does go through December, so you're looking at January, February, March, April, May, and June of this fiscal year for us to possibly reduce expenditures. Revenues in certain areas could increase, so we may be able to make this shortfall up by the end of this fiscal year, as opposed to constantly going back to the well, if you will. So with that being said, I'll turn it over to Rudy and let him give the presentation. Rudy likes that delay for drama. It adds to the whole.
Okay, anyway, first of all, I'd like to thank the board president, Rice, and also the board for everything you've done for us in terms, since I've been here. You know, I feel we're well supported by the board, really are, in terms of what direction we're going. But let me move on with my report, okay? Major budget reviews are typically done around February. I'm going to be upfront, okay? But the reason why we're doing it in March, okay, because of course the transitional timing of me coming here, and also since I've been here, we have had many, I'm going to say, I don't want to use the word drastic, but significant changes to our financial reporting system, which are not, in my opinion, better, okay? We have an excellent budget monitoring system in place in terms of our managers get, in my opinion, good reports. They're able to look at them closely, and then we now have a system in place where we meet with our general manager. So I think what Jerry was referring to earlier about options, the board can, number one, the recommendation is to go into the reserves. The other one is to maybe allow staff to go back and revisit the numbers. And I'm confident, I believe our general manager is, that we can still accomplish what we want to accomplish without dipping into the reserve. So I feel confident we can do that. Okay, so anyway, that being said, I like to, I've been trying to get the PowerPoint to work. Can we put fire department budget up there?
This is the Fiscalini tank. This is what it looks like after a year in service. So we went back in and inspected it, but they must have the wrong one loaded up. So yeah.
My apology, board and public. It's coming up. It makes more sense to have some numbers up there.
Mr. Hernandez, too, could you pull your microphone just a little bit closer so we can hear you better? Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, we're about ready, Rudy.
My apology for the delay. And you do have, and by the way, this PowerPoint is in your packet. We're going to start off with page 21. Next page, please. Page 21.
No, it should be up here. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, next page. There it is. Well, hopefully you can see it.
Can we get magnifying glasses with our binders?
This is funny stuff.
I am so glad to see all of the numbers, actually.
Yeah.
Thank
okay.
you.
Well, does the board have a copy of the document? Did you find it? Page 21? Okay, great. Okay. Well, let me get started in the meantime because I know we've.
Next slide, and we'll switch it.
Okay. If the board's okay, I can present my report now. Okay, yeah. I'd like to start, first of all, start off is that this particular document that we put together, I think we kind of wanted to focus more on a concise report where we're kind of more like bottom line numbers, how the revenues, look, and bottom line in terms of how we're doing with personnel costs, how we're doing with supplies and services and things like that. But so anyway, that being said, I want to start off with the fire department. As I stated in my staff report, with 50% of the year completed, the fire department has collected $1,286,591, which represents 54% of its revenue for the year. And as I stated in my staff report, property taxes, which represent the #1 revenue source for the fire department, it's currently about it's about 56%, which is pretty much where we should be, board. Typically, so we do get most of our tax revenues under two installments. The first one comes in December, which represents about 55% of it, and then the other half comes in around normally April, and that's about 45%. Okay, so right now, when I saw the number 56%, that's exactly where it should be. So then the other second revenue source that we receive is the assessment that we for the revenue source. And unfortunately, we can't see it very clear, okay? But so those are the two major revenue sources for the fire department. So as I stated in my staff report, at this point, we're should be receiving those revenues for the remainder of the year, for the entire year. What's in the budget, that's what we're going to receive for the remainder of the year. That being said, expenditures the actual expenditures at midpoint are $1,158,532, or 48% of the year. And I think the fact that it's under 50% is a pretty good sign that our chief is doing a good job in managing his budget. The other point I'd like to make is that with the year 50%, there are a couple of adjustments that came up during our meeting with the fire chief. The first one has to do with maintenance and repair of vehicles. Chief is asking for about $10,000 more, and his request is being made due to the unexpected repair expenses. So that explains the first item. And the second item I want to point out is in the current year's budget, we had put an amount of $11,000 for a lease purchase payment for the chief's vehicle. And what happened was the purchase was about $38,000. So what staff did, we inadvertently paid the full amount, which is $39,000. So because we had only $11,000 budgeted, and we paid like $39,000, we're asking the board to make up the difference, which is about $28,000. Okay, that's part of the recommendation. So, but as Jerry and I mentioned just now, we'll be going back to square one and coming up with a way how we can fund that without having to dip into our reserves. But anyway, the bottom line, what the fire department needs for the remainder of the year is $38,000, which represents $10,000 for the maintenance and repairs of the vehicles, and $28,082. So that's the fire department budget. I might be speaking kind of fast, so maybe I got to slow it down a little bit. Okay. So anyway, and as the way I plan to present my report, I'm going to present the entire report first, and then afterwards, if the board has questions, we can be prepared to answer them. The second one has to do with, and by the way, I'm dealing with the general fund first. And the second general fund department that I'm going to talk about is Facilities and Resources Department. And with 50% of the year completed, the department has collected 54.4% of the revenue budget. And as I point out, property tax revenue, which represents the largest source of revenue for the facilities, and Resource Department is 55%. And there again, it's right on target and is expected to meet the revenue target for the remainder of the year. Expenditures are at $326,148, or 51.11% of the expenditure budget, which is right where it should be. Here again, we're asking our board to consider two budget adjustments. The first one relates to overtime. In talking to our manager of that department, he mentions that there is unanticipated overtime incurred as a result of additional CSD board meetings, so to set it up and take down the furniture, things like that. So that's the first item. And the second item relates to the maintenance and ranch in the amount of $7,500. And that request is to cover the cost of repairs to trails along the Cambria Drive and Main Street. And that's $7,500. So those two combined equal the $15,000 that we're asking to take from the, I'm referring to my staff report, from the general fund reserves. The third one, of course, and here's our biggie, our Parks and Recreation, or PROS, how it's called. With 50% of the current year, we're at $136,000, or 37% of the revenue budget. And as I believe I mentioned at a point in time that the bulk of the money, which is $227,000, will come in the latter half of the fiscal year. And at this point, I have reason to believe that we will collect that money. Okay, so just want to point that out. And then with expenditures, we're at $371,297, or 102%. Now, this is quite drastic. Here we are at midpoint, and we've already expended 102% of the budget. And as I stated in my staff report, the reason why is because we have completed Community Park Phase 1 project in the amount of $336,378. Yeah, on this particular page, my apology. Thank you, Moni. This is page, okay, page 22. Page 22. Thank you. Yeah, this is the facilities and resources report I just gave. Okay.
More 23.
Yep, yeah, 23 is the one. My apology where we're at. Yeah, this is the PROS budget on page 23. Okay, and that's the one I just gave, presented. And this is the big one where, and it's nothing that I want to, I think the fact that it was done early, but the cost was more than what we had budgeted. We had budgeted like $302,000, and the actual ended up being $336,378. So we went over by about $33,578. And that's one of the recommendations is that we take money from the reserves to balance that particular expenditure. The next document, if you please go to page 24. Now we're dealing with the administration budget. And by the way, the first three departments I just mentioned, the fire department, the facilities and resources, and Parks and Recs, those three budget adjustments equal the $86,000 that staff makes reference to in the staff report, taken from the reserve. So I just want to point that out. And the next section, board, is our administration budget. And with 50% of the year completed, we've collected $1,983, which is in the revenue budget. And a lot of this particular budget is funded from, we would call interfund allocation transfers, where other departments like the water fund, the wastewater fund, they transfer money into this particular budget. So that accounts for, I would say, about 99% of the funding for this particular department. And we have transferred around 50% into this particular budget. So it's right where it should be. And at this point, I don't anticipate any problems achieving that particular goal. Now, this is the one that we, on the expenditure side, we do have a couple of issues we're asking the board to consider. The first one is the actual expenditures are at $910,183, and this, again, it excludes the cost allocation. And we're asking the board to consider adjusting 4 particular items. The first one, of course, you may recall, when in our current budget, we had like 70,000 to purchase the administrative office. That didn't happen. However, we only had enough money in our rent budget to cover it for the first 6 months. So staff is asking the board to augment that budget by 20,000 to cover the latter part of the fiscal year, which would be from January through June of the current year. So that's the first item. The second item relates to, I spoke with Jerry, and I believe I mentioned to the board, when I first got here, one of the goals we established was to prepare what's called an award-winning budget. But it's not so much the recognition that really matters. Where I'm focused here is what are we getting for our dollar? Well, yeah, it's one thing to get recognition, PR, that's great, okay, but we also have to ask ourselves, what are we getting for that money, okay? And a big part of it is we have needs, I'm going to say critical needs, financing needs, to pay for some major capital projects, and that's going to be discussed later on. Well, one of the things that financing companies look at is what's called the rating. We call it bond rating, where the agency's financial position is rated by, for example, Standard & Poor's is one good particular agency. And what they do, they rate before the bond issue or the loan is completed. The finance company looks at the bond rating of the agency, and they look at how well is their budget being managed, how well are they, do they have reserves, things like that. And another issue they critically look at is the award-winning budget. That shows to them that we're following good budgeting practices, and a lot of times that leads to a lower interest rate. So that's what I've seen in my past experience, where it's like a FICO score, probably a FICO score. If somebody was going to go and buy a new home and they have a FICO score, say 600, okay, versus somebody else has a FICO score of, say, 750, who's going to get the better interest rate? Okay, and that's the way I look at this, is that I believe by this particular award document, it will enhance our rating and result in a lower interest rate, which in turn, our Cambria residents are going to end up paying less money. And it's going to be a lot more than $10,000. A lot of times it could be in the hundreds of thousands of dollars of savings. I'm talking about 100,000s of savings. I've seen it time after time. So that's the way I look at it. Okay, you invest $10,000, but what are you getting in return? Our taxpayers, our residents come out ahead because they get a lower financing rate and a substantial amount of savings. Okay, so that's that one. And another one is we're asking for professional services for $25,000, and this is to cover the cost of permitting and compliance services. And these 3 items, the rent expense, the professional services for the budget, and the $25,000, those 3 add up to $55,000. Now, we're not asking the board to dip into the reserve from that. We're asking the board to approve a reduction in the budget that was going to be used to purchase the new building, take $55,000 from that budget and just offset it to cover those 3 items. So those would not be funded from any reserves. It would just, we're cutting here to make those particular expenditures happen. The next one I want to talk about is revenues, wastewater fund, and that's on page
25.
Yeah, page 25. Now, this particular budget document, with 50% of the year completed, we're at 49.97%, which is pretty much where it should be, okay? But you may recall back on March 1st, the rates were adjusted, okay? And we did some analysis, and it's expected that over the next 4 months, March, April, May, and June, we're going to collect an extra $26,490. So I'm saying that that's money that was not originally in the budget. I call that unanticipated money that we'll get for our wastewater operating fund. So that's that. And then our expenditures were about $1,347,334, or 50% of the amount spent at midpoint. That's exactly where it should be. At this point, staff is not recommending any mid-year budget adjustments. Next item is our water operating fund, and with 50%, and that's on page 26. And in this particular document, with 50% of the year completed, revenues are 50.03%, which is right now it's exactly where it should be, but same as wastewater rate, because we also increased the water rates, and we're expected to collect an extra $37,532 for the water fund. Expenditures for the water operating fund are at $1,259,425, or 51.83%, and that is exactly where it should be. Okay, and the other one fund I'm just going to talk about very, very briefly. Okay, since I've been here, there's been so much discussion, well, a lot of important and good discussion about the Sustainable Water Facility Project, okay? And I think there's still a lot of work that I need to do to really get a full understanding and grasp of how it should be accounted for. So what we've done internally, we've created a committee within our own staff, comprised of myself, the district engineer, his assistant, and also another individual from the water department to analyze that particular fund. And one of the assignments we're going to do, we're going to pretty much do an audit, go back and look at all the expenditures from day one and analyze them. Is it operational? Is it capital? And create two funds. One will be an operating fund and one will be a capital fund. So we met yesterday for a couple of hours, and I found that to be productive. And our plan is to come back next month in April and present to the board a complete accounting on that project. I mean, I've heard so much of it, I've seen pieces of it, but I want to be comfortable, because when I make a statement to the board, I want to feel comfortable that I know what I'm talking about and I've analyzed it. I don't want to give information to the board right now and then next month say, sorry, I made a mistake. I don't work that way. Okay, so I'm asking the board to please understand, and that we will present that next month. Okay, so that being said, that concludes my major budget review, and I just want to, first of all, express my gratitude to our general manager, Jerry Gruber, and Monique, of course, and the management team. They were really proactive, and I can't just compliment how well we worked as a team. We worked very well, and that's why when I mentioned, or Jerry made the point earlier at the beginning of the year, okay, we asked $86,000, but another option would be to allow staff to go back and let us take another look at that, and I'm confident we can probably balance that without having to dip in the reserves. So that concludes my staff report, and we're now ready to answer any questions that the board or public may have.
Mr. Gruber, if you would again review what you said at the very beginning, what you're asking of the board on this item, so that we know.
Well, the resolution stipulates money being transferred from the reserves in a certain amount. But the other option that the board could have is simply just to ask us to go back and continue to work with the department managers and supervisors, and through the remainder of this fiscal year, try to make up that difference. And so you have essentially two choices: to adopt the existing resolution that outlines the amount of funds from each department that needs to be taken from the general fund, or you can just simply not adopt that and simply say to us that you would like us to go back and through the remainder of this fiscal year, put measures into place, hopefully that we can, that would result in reductions in the overall department budgets that would allow us to recoup those funds. When we would address that would be at what they call the year-end. If you remember, we do a year-end budget. It's usually, historically, what we do is we wait till we get the audited results. It's usually a couple months at the end of the close of the fiscal year, which is, in our case, July 30th. So then shortly after that, after we close the books, if you will, and we reconcile everything, we'd be able to come back and say, okay, that 86,000 or whatever is now 30,000 or 40,000. Hopefully it won't be more than that, and so those are really the two choices at this point in time. And then there's some additional clarification that would be helpful on a few of the general fund items. With the fire department, inadvertently we we paid off the vehicle. That's the good part, but that wasn't how it was budgeted. It was budgeted to be paid in installation payments, and that's how we handle our vehicle replacement right now. The second item is the additional funding that he's asking for is our number 2 fire truck right now. When that was in service, it needed some major work. What happened is essentially the engine blew up, the head gasket blew up, so we had to spend quite a bit of money on that. And during that time, we were using our third engine, which is, and we were waiting for the new fire truck to be built. In the Facilities and Resources Department on the overtime, and I just want to clarify this, the $7,500 is we budgeted a certain amount of overtime. We do have a lot of public meetings, and I'm glad that we do, and we probably are going to have more public meetings. So there's overtime there that wasn't originally anticipated. Now the $33,000 or whatever it is on the expenditures relating to the on the park, the original contract that the board approved was $302,000, and the extra cost to finish the park was work that was done in-house, and we subcontracted out some of the work to finish that park. It's important to note that if we did not do the work in-house, Carlos and his department, that figure would have been considerably larger. And so what I directed staff to do is just to finish the project. We had come so far, and so there was extra cost associated with that, facilities and resources. So those are two areas that we're talking about general fund monies. One of the things that I don't think the board is really clear on is two of the allocations that Rudy asked for from the administrative department. What Rudy's asking for is an additional $10,000 to give him some support staff to put this new budget together, if you will. It's going to be about a 2-year process. We don't anticipate it being done this year, but we also anticipate it going into next year, so it's going to be a 2-year process, and we anticipate that it'll be a document that we can all be proud of. And then Rudy referenced the $25,000 for professional services, and there wasn't really a whole lot of explanation. If you recall, Carolyn left the organization, and Carolyn was doing our self-monitoring reports and all the reports associated with the sustainable water facility. Well, we entered into an agreement with her during the transition of about a 4-month period of time while Melissa's being trained, so we could have a smooth transition. We didn't want Carolyn leaving all of a sudden and the reports not getting done. And so we're doing exactly what we accomplished to do, and that's transitioning it back over to Melissa. And we anticipate that when Carolyn's contract is up in April, that we'll be able to achieve that. Now, one other component that Rudy mentioned in the administrative budget, and that was, if you recall, we budgeted $76,000. We anticipated in this fiscal year that we were going to purchase the library. That didn't happen. We weren't able to secure the funding for purchasing the library. So that gave us essentially $76,000 in revenue. However, we also anticipated being out of that building mid-year. By the end of December, it was a pretty aggressive timetable, but we anticipated being out of the administrative building by December, the 1st of January. The challenge associated with that is we did not fund the rent for the remaining 6 months of fiscal year 17-18. So that was the $20,000 that Rudy's referring to. So those are all the kind of moving pieces as far as what we're asking for and why we're asking for it. And I just wanted to take a few minutes just to give some additional clarification. I would like to compliment both the water and wastewater departments. Again, I think we're getting a handle on the word hemorrhaging has been used quite a bit, and rightfully so. We have an ailing infrastructure, an old infrastructure, but I think because we're doing a lot of preventive maintenance, we're seeing the fruits of our labor. Now, the last item is a sustainable water facility. There's Fund 39 and there's Fund 40. One is an operating cost and one is a capital cost. And what we're doing is as Rudy indicated, we're doing an audit. There's been some questions about the overall funding of that project, where the monies are and things like that. So I recommended that we just step back for a month and that we bring this back to you in April so we as staff have a clear understanding of what has been spent on operations and what has been spent on capital. And then from a policy perspective, the board's going to need to make a decision on the money set aside for what we refer to as future mitigation. I don't know if you recall that, but we originally set $1 million aside for future mitigation. That goes back to when Merrill Clift and Gail Robinette were on the board. That $1 million mitigation money, that some of that has been spent down, and Bob's going to go over that a little bit later on what that's been spent down to. And so we have a certain dollar amount left, and that's the dollar amount we want to bring to you next month. And at some point in time, I would ask the board to give us some policy direction regarding the remainder of those funds, because we're going to have to spend, or we're going to need to spend money on brine disposal. There may be some additional environmental work. So we want to safeguard that money, but we also want to clearly have policy direction on how we're going to spend that money. Because once that's spent down, we have to ask ourselves, where is the money going to come from after that? So I really want to safeguard that, but I clearly want to identify how we're going to spend that money. So
And that's another discussion.
That's
So
another discussion altogether.
So we'll get back to this item,
But
because I just want to make sure that it was clear what you
so that's
what you needed
everything.
from us.
Absolutely, that's everything in this budget. And if there's anything, I mean, since I've been sitting in this chair, I probably think this is the best mid-year budget we've brought forward. And as far as yes, we are over on some items, but overall, the departments are looking really good at this point in time. So with that being said, I'll answer any questions that the board may have.
Is there anybody have any questions? I don't have any public requests to speak from the public. Vice President Behringer?
Well, I apologize that this month I didn't get together with the general manager to get my little itsy bitsy questions out of the way. So if you don't mind, I'll ask a few detailed questions. One thing I noticed that we rent the banner poles. It's only $750, but are we talking about the poles that hold the banners throughout town?
Yes.
On the street lights that we never paid for, and now we're renting. Could we just buy those darn things?
No, I think you're looking at a revenue source. We charge for the banners, but while we're on this topic, I think one of the things that we need to look at is, and I sent an email out to the board, is our master fee schedule, and that would be incorporated into our master fee schedule. We have not looked at our master fee schedule in 5 years. And so things like that could be evaluated and possibly adjusted if they need to be.
Yeah, I apologize again. That's why I try to get together with you so I don't ask too many stupid questions.
No stupid questions.
I got another one, though. On the next page, we're talking about, on page 23, we have Proposition 1A reserve, and I believe that's a take back that the state has an opportunity to do, and the state hasn't taken any money back from us for a long time. Can we put that into general reserves, or do you want to keep it where you got it?
I think we spent that on the park, didn't we? The board said we're going to spend that on the park.
There you go.
Yes, we allocated, we've had that Proposition 1A sitting in a designated fund for a pretty lengthy period of time, and we came back to the board, if you recall, when we asked for that 302 for the contract for the park. The board helped pay for that park with that $131,486 from the Prop 1. So that money no longer exists. Is that correct?
So now I'm not going to ask any more stupid questions.
No, these are good questions. I can answer them. They're all good questions when I can answer them.
I've got a position or a comment on if we have two options. One is to squeeze everybody and make them pay and keep the budget the same, or to spend the reserves. Now, I like the idea of having reserves. On the other hand, I tend to think that there's people in this community, or in the employment group, the employees, if they continue to be squeezed, and if their day-to-day job is stressed because of trying to squeeze a little bit, I'd lean toward spending the money and try and build up reserves once we have the balance. I am not disappointed in that the water and wastewater funds are you're not requesting an adjustment, but on the other hand, there are some CIP things that have never been there. So the wastewater fund is balanced, but it's balanced on the back of new projects. So, and I think Director Farmer would agree with me that in this case, let's keep the employees happier. My position is that we spend the money, and at the end of the year, you tell us how much we spent out of the general fund and how, or the reserves, and how we can get the reserves back up. And so that's just my general position.
Director Farmer.
Vice President Behringer was talking about, asking stupid questions, so I'm going to follow up on that. So first I want to ask, and these are kind of minor things, but I'm looking at them and I have no idea what they mean. So on page 24, the revenue expenditure report for the admin department, I'd like to know, what is the vacation rental registration fee at, I guess it looks like $27 a month, so the year-to-date is $432. What is that?
Sure.
Perhaps the general manager would know that better than the finance manager?
Yeah, that's the 432.
Oh, excuse me. Our district clerk. I should have known. Excuse me.
Vacation.
Yeah. It's a fee that we charge for people that apply for vacation rental. It's a process that we do in combination with the county for vacation rental properties.
So people are applying for approval of a vacation rental, and so we're getting like $27 a month from that. Is that it?
No, it's a one-time application fee.
Okay, well, since I'm obviously more confused than I'd like to be, I'll just move on to my next unusual question. With regard to, once again, and this is on page 27, under something called the Revenue and Expenditure Report for the Water Sustain Operation Department, which I'm assuming is, well, it has here EWS, but that could also mean EWF or SWF or AWTP, whatever is, whatever the initials du jour, so to speak. So it says here under vacation rentals, the second item, 4042, and it says here year to date and current month are the amount of just under $12,000. What is that?
I can explain. I can explain why the numbers are the same, and the reason.
I want to know what it is. I know what the numbers is. I want to know what it means.
Okay, but
go ahead, Rudy.
When we take the application and we process it and it's finalized, we do change the billing code in the utility billing to reference that it's a vacation rental. It's just a way for us to keep track of the various types of water that's being used on different properties.
Okay. So if I could just add this, and this really has very little to do with this, but recently at the Friends of the Fiscalini Ranch meeting, one of the items that was brought to our attention is the fact that there are more vacation rentals being developed in this community as well as Airbnbs. And so as a result, we have people living in this community who are working in this town, can afford to pay rent, but can't find a place to rent because of the increase in vacation rentals and Airbnbs, or rentals themselves are going up at a rapid rate to where people can't afford to live here anymore. And the main complaint is being voiced by the business community because they don't have enough employees. It has nothing to do with what we're talking about right now, but I just wanted to throw that in here. And then finally, on page 28, under lab tests and lab testing, which amounts to a little over $78,000, what is the difference between those two items? What do they mean what is the difference between those two items? Yes.
Lab test and lab testing. Bob, you want to comment on that one?
what is that?
Lab test and lab testing.
My apologies. I was working on something in the back, trying to wait for 5H. So
Director Farmer, would you
I didn't
answer
hear
that
the
again,
question.
please?
Let the difference between lab tests and lab testing on the SWF capital projects, there's two different items. Is there a difference between lab tests and lab testing?
I don't know offhand. I don't think there is.
Okay.
I don't know why we
Yeah,
have
different
categories.
accounts, Bob.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like
one item
different
is
accounts.
6091 and one item is 6091H.
Thank you, Paul.
So I think since H is a larger number, maybe the H stands for hefty or higher.
Like I think Rudy mentioned earlier, we definitely have to go through all the expenses on both Fund 39 and Fund 40 for the SWF.
True.
This has confused me further because it has Fund 30 on it, so I don't know why. I'm not, until Rudy and I have had more discussions to go through the invoices and the POs and sort through this, I'm afraid I don't have a really good answer for you. We have had some testing done to support like the tracer study, for example, in a distant past that was a capital expense. Then we had other tests done to support permitting, which is more of an operational cost. So we have to go through this in detail and make sure everything's accounted in the right fund, be it Fund 39 or 30 or whatever it's going to be called, versus Fund 40, which is our operating fund, and come back to you next month with better numbers. That's the best answer I have. I'm sorry.
That's all right. Thank you.
Thank you.
By the way, I just wanted to ask 4A, which was right at the beginning of the agenda, under the finance manager's report, or did we just kind of?
This is this. Yeah, we have that.
Oh, we had that discussion? So
If you have something other than this budget item that you want to ask the finance manager, now would be the time to do it.
I don't necessarily, well, I don't necessarily have a question. I just want to make a comment that what was revealed back in 4A is that the cash position of the district on June the 30th of 2016 was a little over $4.8 million. The cash position as of the end of last month, February of 2018, $2.3 million. So a little over $2.5 million difference in the cash position in, what would that be, in not quite 2 years, $2.5 million. And the projected cash balance for the end of this fiscal year, in other words, June 30th, will be $2.0 million. In other words, almost $3 million less than it was 2 years ago. I'm not asking for any clarification. This is just something for the listening audience to be aware of. And I could say more, but I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
All right. I have Director Wharton.
Could I ask for a clarification on that? I think that's a pretty bold statement to be thrown out there. And
Yeah, we can provide you the information on where that cash has been spent or where those monies have been allocated. I think a good portion of it, just right off the top of my head, was we know that it was for the Fiscalini tank, which was about $660,000. We self-funded that, and then there's been some other large expenditures relating to the cease and desist order that the board approved and agreed upon. And then Bob will talk about that later. So those are the two things that just right off the top of my head come to. But not a problem. Rudy and I can provide that information relatively easy.
Yes.
We can go back 2 years, 3 years, and say, okay, our cash fund balance was X, and now it's Y, and we can specifically lay out for you.
Yes.
The other thing that comes to mind is when we prepare the budget, not necessarily this year, but in prior years, we have this was the first year that the board took a zero-based budget approach to the budget. But in years past, and I think at least maybe 1 or 2 of the years that Director Farmer's referring to, but I really need to go back and look at it, is that we took a significant funds from the general fund to pay for some water or wastewater infrastructure needs, so to the tune of about $450,000 or so. So I'm grabbing right now, but those are the things that are coming to my mind. I just mentioned about $1 million worth of expenditures right there that I can recall. But I think this year was the first year that we didn't take a large amount of money out of reserves to balance the wastewater and other accounts, but in the past we have. So we can sit down, and Rudy, I think it's a very good question, and I think we need to have a good explanation for the board on why we were at 4.8 and now we're at 2.3 with projections of being at 2.0. So we can do that.
I do seem to recall, pardon me for not being recognized. That's you, Harry. I seem to remember when Rudy first got up and spoke, one of the first things he said was, no need to panic. So I just wanted to remind Rudy of saying, that he said that, and I hope that still holds true, Rudy. Thank you so much.
Just a couple of things. I think because the park is essentially done, we're done spending because we've completed clearing the old one, and we're basically done with that, except for maybe some signs so people can find the new dog park, I was thinking. But maybe that's something that I'd be willing to adjust the budget there. And if we can get the fire department to kind of, depending on what's happening with the second vehicle, and the fact that it was that the chief's vehicle was paid for in full, that additional expense, I mean, I'm not prone to making that additional change at this point unless there was a good reason to do so. I think you can switch the money that was going to be paying for the loan for the library to cover the rent. That seems like it makes sense. It's within the same vein. I'm a little concerned that with the potentially, we haven't made the decision yet, but potentially having the new software and all the things that are involved in the data conversion, that right now maybe isn't the perfect time to be doing the designing of a new budget, because there's a lot of things that have to go into changing how things are put together within the new setup. I'm just a little concerned that the extra staff hours that would be required. I'm not against having certified awarded budget.
Okay.
I think it's an important goal to have. I don't know that with changes based on looking at the Tyler Technologies proposal, that if we go that direction, we could. If we don't go that direction, then I think this is an important goal to have, and then maybe we do it. But I would like to hear if there are thoughts on that specific item, because I'm not against doing it, but I'm with our money situation and the staff hours that are going to be required if we move forward on the software. I mean, does anybody else have any thoughts on that?
We're going to get to that later, but
yeah,
for this purpose.
Right, for purposes of this
For purpose
item.
of this discussion, I agree with you, President Rice, and we're going to, personally, I think I'm going to pull that item on the consent when we come to it.
So do we have a motion on this item to go one way or the other? Director Pearson?
I would agree with you on some of these that we should take reserve funds and cover them. Okay, fire department, the pickup truck. I would say let's do that part, but the $10,000, let's see if the chief can come up and find something in his budget to help cover that one. Facilities and resource, I see no reason to pull that money at all. Parks and recreation, I would say yes to pulling that from the general fund, since once again we're done with that, and that just pays for the extra on the park. Okay, and then the administrative department is positive, so it makes no difference there. So my motion would be to just cover those items in the fire department, the pickup truck, and in the parks and recreation, the full amount asked for.
With that said, I would second.
Okay, so to clarify, you're saying item number 4, the capital asset expenditure on the park, and the $28,000 for the chief's truck, which doesn't have a number on it, and the And you said was there a third one?
No.
Just those
No,
two?
just those two would be covered with reserve
Would be covered
funds.
with reserve, and the rest should be you should try to find somewhere the general manager should try to find somewhere in the budget.
Ask his people to see what they can do. Yeah.
And
Okay.
just for
I just want to make sure we're clear.
Just for transparency reasons, the $10,000, since it was within my authority for the budget in support of Rudy, I went ahead and approved that. We're just bringing it forward because we wanted to be, forthright with you and everything like that. But with that being said, the work has already started. We've entered a professional services agreement with this gentleman. However, we can, what I'm hearing the board say is we can find it within our existing budget for the remainder of this fiscal year, based on Director Pearson's motion.
Well, I think that one you've got covered because you've
We
got
do.
excess funds here, okay?
We
So
do.
I think you're okay there.
But I did want to be honest with the board
Thank
and
you.
forthright and let you know
Appreciate
that.
All right. Director Wharton?
To address Director or Vice President Behringer's concern with trying to pencil in as much of this as we can, absorb it internally versus just taking it from the general fund. Rudy, you said you were confident that you could find the funds internally. Fairly confident, you said. How confident would you be, and what might some ramifications be that address Vice President Behringer's concerns with putting stress upon employees and departments?
Well, first of all, we worked very well when we prepared this document, okay? And there would be, of course, sacrifices involved. We can do it if that's the board's direction, okay? However, and that was what I was getting at. Yeah, we can do it. I think once, even whatever action the board takes today, we're still going to continue to cut and keep our dollars down. I think that being said, we could probably still do it, but it would be rough. We would do it, but so I think, but after I made those statements, those comments, I think I thought a little bit further. If there's some of those that the board can cover from the reserves, would be very helpful. It won't be as painful. That's what I'm saying.
So we have Director Pearson made the motion and a second by Vice President Behringer. Do you need me to read the motion again, or the items? So to cover the cost for the capital asset expenditure community park phase 1 project and the capital asset expenditure chief pickup truck from the reserve, and the remainder you should try to work within what the budget was that was approved. It's about 60,000. So it's the majority of the 86,000 that was asking. Yeah.
Thank you. That's
Yes. You can call the roll, please, Ms. Madrid.
Director Pearson?
Aye.
Vice President Behringer?
Aye.
Director Wharton?
Aye.
Director Farmer?
A reluctant aye.
President Rice?
Aye. I think this is great. Thank you for your report, Mr. Hernandez.
thank you.
Thank you, board.
Can we take a 5-minute break?
If we can dispense with 5C relatively quickly, we have a group of people here that
Sure.
are, and then take a break after that. That's my
I'm
suggestion.
amenable. Is that okay with folks? Okay. Yeah.
Madam President, could I just make one recommendation?
Yes.
Since there's been an indication that Tyler will be polled,
Might be pulled,
when we reconvene, could we, since we have a representative here, could we possibly address that one particular item, and then when we're done with that, I can send Rudy back to work?
Well,
and-
we're not going to break until we do 5C. So
Fine, we'll do
let's do 5C, and then we'll
Okay.
take a break, and then we'll come back and
Thank you.
and see what
Thank you,
that
Madam
is.
President. Thank you, board.
Yes, I appreciate the patience for Tyler.
And we
Thank
can do
you.
it before the CSDA and all that kind
Right.
of stuff. Sure.
All right. General Manager Gruber, 5C.
Thank you, Madam President and board members, and thank you on that last item. It was good deliberation. Item 5C is discussion and consideration regarding finance and infrastructure committees and appointment of committee members. And I'm going to turn this over to District Council Tim Carmel.
Thank you, General Manager, Madam President, members of the board. On February 22nd, you created 2 standing committees, an infrastructure committee and a finance committee, and you determined their composition. The finance committee will have 2 board members, President Rice and Director Pearson, and 3 members of the public at large who will be chosen by the 3 board members that aren't on the committee and then confirmed by the full board. And then you have the Infrastructure Committee that's composed of Director Farmer and Vice President Behringer, and 3 members of the public at large who will be chosen by the 3 directors not on the committee. So today, you scheduled this item to make those appointments to the extent you could, and then to start to consider the scope of services, the scope of work, duties and responsibilities of those committees. So that's the purpose of this agenda item. We did put some examples in the staff report that I'll read just to focus some of the attention on them. Infrastructure Committee's areas of responsibility could include reviewing and making recommendations related to infrastructure projects for the CCSD's water and wastewater systems. This could encompass the district's capital improvement program, ways to finance those facilities, infrastructure condition assessment monitoring and implementation, infrastructure needs and priorities, and the creation of a multi-year CIP plan. The Finance Committee could have ongoing responsibilities for reviewing and making recommendations, providing oversight regarding the overall financial management of the CCSD. Functions of the committee could include reviewing and making recommendations on the annual budget, long-term financial planning, evaluation of different ways to fund acquisition of assets, monitoring investments in budget and financial performance, and providing general oversight of the CCSD's reserve program. The Finance Committee could also review the annual audit as well as management letter responses. So that's your task today. I would say that after you've had your discussion and sort of focused in on what those responsibilities are, that you direct staff to come back with a resolution or a standalone document that gives some clarity to those issues so there's no confusion, and moving forward we can refine them instead of just trying to take immediate action and look back on it, because that'll make it a lot more clear cut.
Yeah.
So I'll turn it over to you, Madam President, and answer any questions you may have.
I don't like that last suggestion, but
You're a casual guy. You're the only one wearing it. You're the only one wearing a tie, but you're a casual guy.
I don't want to push this off to another month, and if we can do that definition and create our own staff report at the first meeting of the group, I think would be more expeditious. My suggestion.
We refer it to committee.
Yeah, and my suggestion, in a way, is to try and save money so we don't send this stuff out. At the fire department, the build-up reduction committee met at the fire department all the time. It's noticed, the public can attend, and it would be less expensive. And before, Director Farmer and I talked a little bit, but one of my goals would be to have 2 relatively brief meetings so that we can have some ideas in place prior to next year's budget, which is coming up very, very quickly. So I would, if Director Farmer is interested, and if the citizens are available, to start something early April for sure. So your point of trying to develop a staff report, maybe we can develop our own, or what's your thoughts on that?
I don't want to draft the staff report. I just think this needs to be distilled, and anyone can do it. The staff doesn't care, into some standalone document where you set forth the composition, the term.
We did it for pros, and
sure.
it can go on consent.
It's actually codified. It's in your code, Chapter 7.08. I don't think it needs to be codified, certainly not at this early stage. Just something that clarifies the issues, and we're glad to have you guys do that.
Okay, thank you.
Why don't so we've got 2 things we need to do, and I tend to agree with Vice President Behringer, and if there's general consensus that the committees themselves should take each of these paragraphs, the Finance Committee, the second paragraph, and the Infrastructure, the first one, and really flesh that out at one of your first meetings with the new appointees to join you in that process. And when we initially set this, my vision was that we would have the whoever's appointed today serves for a year, and then we look at what the terms may be going forward. It might be the same person going forward, but so my thought is we do the appointments, and then we send to committee the fleshing out of these 2 paragraphs. And I want to make sure that Director Wharton, if he has input on either of these, that we get that input, since he's not on either committee, and I want to make sure that we have all of us participating.
I support
Vice
that.
President Berringer?
I support that approach. And maybe the next step is for me to introduce my nominee for the Finance Committee.
Yeah,
And,
why don't we do the Finance Committee appointments first?
and that would be Ted Ziegler. Ted make it? Yeah,
Yep,
Ted's still here.
he's hiding
Okay.
behind the lectern.
And if he would accept the position, I'd appreciate that.
Okay. And who else do we have? Director Wharton?
I probably nominate Cindy Seidel.
And Director Farmer?
Yes, my appointment to this committee is Dwayne Lee.
Okay.
I also want to mention that with regard to Ted Ziegler, he's the kind of the finance manager for the Friends of the Fiscalini Ranch. His reports are always detailed and to the point, and sometimes a little lengthy, but I don't think anybody has complained about the work that Ted Ziegler has done at FFRP. I just want to point that out.
If there's no objection, I would entertain a motion to appoint Ted Ziegler, Cindy Seidel, and Dwayne Lee to the Finance Committee.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Vice President Berringer to appoint these three individuals to the Finance Committee, seconded by Director Pearson. May we have a roll call vote, please?
Vice President Berringer?
Aye.
Director Pearson?
Aye.
Director Wharton?
Aye.
Director Farmer?
Aye, aye, aye.
President Rice?
Aye. The motion passes 5-0. I hope you all are prepared to serve on the Finance Committee. Would any of you like to come to the lectern to say anything? You're stuck now. All right. So for the Infrastructure Committee,
My appointment is Merle Clift.
okay. He's not here. Do you have confirmation that he would serve?
Yes.
Okay.
As long as the committee will meet in the morning because he's busy in the afternoon. So
Okay.
and Mr. Berringer said that they could accommodate that. So
Is that agreeable? Morning meetings, okay?
Yes,
Okay, thank you.
except Mondays.
Okay. Director Wharton?
Happy to nominate Mike Lyons to the position.
Okay, and I had 3 invitations turned down this morning. I had asked about 3 weeks ago, so I don't have an appointment. I will have somebody that we can approve hopefully at the next meeting, and I'm sorry that I don't have somebody. But at least we found out, so we didn't appoint somebody that would flake out once the meeting started to happen. So I sorry for that, and we will get somebody on that committee. Maybe a woman would be nice. Somebody interest. Is there anybody in the room that would like the appointment? That's not already okay. Just checking. I had 2 backups and didn't. So I would entertain a motion to appoint Merle Clift and Mike Lyons to the Infrastructure Committee, with a third one to be named and approved later.
I'll second.
Yeah, I'll move.
I second, sorry. I thought you made the motion.
Vice President, moved by Vice President Berringer, seconded by Director Wharton. Let's have a roll call vote, please.
Vice President Berringer?
Aye.
Director Wharton?
Aye.
Director Farmer?
Aye.
Director Pearson?
aye.
President Rice?
Aye. The vote is 5-0. Thank you very much.
And just as a comment, we had some people lined up that also, had conflicts at the last minute too. So it's not unusual.
I'm a little embarrassed that I wasn't able to. I had 2 backups, did not work. All right. And with the first task being prepare to have the information about your fleshing out your responsibilities.
Yeah, and should we set the first dates? today so that they're aware of when we're going to do it, especially since we're going to have it very quickly here?
Right, I'd like to have it very quickly, but I think that it's, the precursor is to have the additional citizen assigned. So as soon as...
But we couldn't do that till there's another board meeting, so, because
can't
we
you-
have to,
Couldn't she assign somebody with
I
the
don't want any
approval of...
unilateral power.
With the approval of Harry and myself, so that we can have our first meeting?
No, that would be a Brown Act violation.
You could do it informally, but not formally.
Okay, so we
but
would, so I could appoint somebody and then we could formally have them appointed at the next meeting.
Right.
Right, and as far as, I think that if Director Farmer and myself get together with the two appointees we already have, set an early date, and invite that informal person to attend, but we can attend even if we don't have all
Oh, yeah,
three. It's a
for
regular
sure.
meeting, it's not
Yeah,
like it's a big deal.
for sure.
Okay.
Well, definitely. And Director Wharton, is there anything specific that you'd like to talk about regarding the purview of each of the committees, or do you want, is there any input that you want to provide right now?
No,
or
I
you
think
wanna-
these are pretty all-encompassing
Okay,
goals to achieve through these standing committees.
so you're pretty
yeah.
comfortable with what it's looking like here?
Exactly,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay, great. Director Farmer.
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up on that with regard to the paragraph here regarding the Standing Infrastructure Committee. I think it's a very, how would you say it, an all-encompassing description, although I do want to mention where it says here, creation of a multi-year CIP plan. I have seen our engineer working hard, Engineer Greshams working hard on that, and he's done that, I believe, either 3 or 4 times this year, coming up with a refashioned multi-year CIP plan. So it's not that that hasn't been happening, it just hasn't been implemented. Thank you.
All right, so I think setting the date, do we want to try and do our calendars now? I think that's maybe something we can do, coordinate with the members. I'm looking for direction here because I just really don't know.
Right, what I think that if it's allowable, what we do is we get together with our appointed persons. Harry and I get together. If it's the first week in April, it's the first week in April. And if those people agree, we'll just schedule a meeting. It's
So
going to be posted
we
and
do it
noticed and all that
through
kind of stuff.
Ms. Madrid, or how would we approach that?
Through Monique.
Okay.
Yeah, just remember, it has to be, we'll treat this as a regular meeting, even though you don't have a regular meeting schedule, so post it 3 days in advance.
Okay, so we need to schedule it at least 3 days prior to the.
And just for discussion, is everybody comfortable with the fire department? It really
I don't have a
requires
problem
far
with
less setup. Is the chief
Yes.
able to do that?
That's a great idea.
You're absolutely free to use it, we encourage it, it just needs to be scheduled because we have a lot of stuff moving parts here, so Monique and Haley have been very good about just checking to see who's available and make sure it works.
And we also
what week is your academy?
It's, I think it's the 3rd week in April.
Okay.
And we try to contain all these meetings, just remember that this.
Can you come all the way to the mic? Thank you. Thank you, Chief.
Yeah, no problem. And I would just caution just everybody, remember that it is a public building, but it's where they live. So we try to make sure all of the meetings are Monday through Friday, 9 to 5, somewhere in that time frame. And we're happy to make that happen. It just needs to be coordinated because there's a lot of stuff that happens there on a regular basis. So.
And there's the office that's at the office that's next to Rudy, between Rudy and Bob's office, that's empty right now, that we had kind of looked at making a room that could be used by board members for meetings with citizens, so that maybe we can kind of scooch some of the chairs aside from that, in that room or something.
Additionally, if you have, if you know you want to meet every 2 weeks or once a month on a set schedule, we're glad to make that arrangement and put it on the calendar, and you know that you're locked into those
Wonderful.
timeframes.
Great.
Wonderful, thank you.
I really like the
Mr.
idea
Ruber?
of having it at a set place at a set time, and I think that's going to work out really well for us. And that's what purpose of a standing committee is, to have a set time to the best of our ability. It worked really good with the build-out reduction citizens committee. Haley got dialed into that. Haley will be taking the minutes and things like that and working on the agendas. So it would help staff also be able to support these two committees and then manage our time better. So the fire department, and then maybe establishing a set time, if possible, would be a great idea for us. And
We can do that at the first
we can get
meeting,
ahead of
yeah.
it. So.
So is everybody clear on the Director Farmer?
I just want to mention that probably the first meeting that we have of the Standing Infrastructure Committee will just be pretty much the five of us, in other words, Vice President Berenger and myself, and the three appointments. But at some point, and hopefully soon after that, I would like to have a much more, how could we say it, structured and informative meeting that also includes Engineer Greshams and water and wastewater supervisors, John Buell and John Alchin, so we can really get a handle on the challenges that face infrastructure.
Right.
Thank you.
In addition to that, I encourage public attendance. And I
Absolutely.
think the small office that we have up there isn't going to be good enough. So that's why I like the fire department.
You're right. You're totally right about that. I neglected to consider the public. In my brain, I was thinking 5 people. Thank you. I think that, is everybody clear on going forward? Okay, good. Then we can take a 5-minute break at 4:15 precisely. Back, please. if we were going to pull the item in from consent about Tyler Technologies. Is there concurrence that we move that item from consent and take it now?
Yes.
Yeah, yes, I agree, and I move that we I don't think we need to move it, but I'd like to pull item 6D and hear from Tyler Technologies representative.
Okay.
Madam President, may I introduce the
Yes,
item?
please.
Thank you very much. Item 6D is consideration to approve agreement between the Cambria Community Services District and Tyler Technologies for in-code accounting software for the software program. I do have a finance manager here to talk a little bit about it, but we also have a representative from Tyler in-code. I know the board has some concerns about the fiscal amount that we're talking about spending, but however, after Rudy introduces it, and maybe we have a chance to ask some questions of Encode, I'd like to be able to also share some information on how we think it's going to enable and empower actually our department managers and supervisors to do a better job, and also to be able to provide them the resources that they need to do that job. So with that being said, I'll turn it over to Mr. Hernandez, and
Okay.
Thank you, Board.
Yeah, once again, good evening or good afternoon, President Rice and the board. This particular item, and the public, of course, this particular item is long overdue. I'm saying long overdue, okay? Moms first came to here in Cambria back in 2002, and back then it wasn't too bad of an outdated system. But I want to say I've been with Mom since late 80s, a long time, late 80s. So I've worked with them since 80s, but probably for about 12 years of experience. Okay, and over the last several years, the quality of support has really been bad, really bad. I'm talking about if we have a question that we need to call regarding a utility billing issue, a payroll issue, well, because they have only one person that really understands the system, and he doesn't get there until 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock. Well, guess what? If it's payroll, we have to wait until he gets in. And that's very poor quality support. In my staff report, I did mention that, or not staff report, but email, that we're currently paying them about $1,200 a month, okay, and times 12 is about $14,000. So when you consider the fact, okay, it's going to cost $32,000 more a year for support, but we're already paying $14,000. So we really should be looking at the difference. It's about $18,000 what we're going to spend more. But what are we getting in return? Number one, I think we're going to get a better updated product. Some of the features that we have from Moms, again, that they haven't kept up with the latest technology. So we're operating at a very inefficient level at this point. Finance staff, I mentioned some of the issues, for example, the e-billing. Right now, we can't do that. We have folks that own homes in Cambria who sometimes ask us, hey, can we do an e-billing? Can you send me the bill on the computer, e-billing? No. Can I pay my account online? Can I look it up? There's just so many issues like that we spend a lot of time, we finance folks, okay? And it's really inefficient, so we have to stop what we're doing. And the advantage of moving on to Tyler, we're moving up into the new technological world. We'll be able to provide our residents a good quality service. I mean, I can go on about customer service, utility billing, and that's something that we cannot get from Moms. And there's no plan in the future. In fact, I should give my opinion. This is my opinion only. Some of the rumors I've been hearing is that Mom's not going to be around very much longer. A lot of the clients, and maybe Kip might want to talk about have been going on from Moms to Encode. A lot of them, I'm saying quite a few. So the number of clients are dropping is substantial over the last couple of years. Okay, so I don't want to be in a position where, yeah, we have Moms, say the board decides, and again, and I respect the board's decision, but if we don't go in that direction, we could find ourselves maybe next year, maybe 2 at the most, without a software company. So we won't have anybody to call. If we have problems, we could be in a very bad situation. It's better to act now and plan for the future. So, that's probably the key differences between the two. Moms, with so much efficiencies, we can't offer our public very much services. Another one, let's talk about financial reporting. Right now, I spend a lot of time after hours, weekends, preparing financial reports that are the mom system does not allow me to do. The reports that you were given today, mid-year budget review, are not from moms as far as the actual reports, okay? We had to create those reports, okay? So there was a lot of time to create those reports. That's a good example that it's an inefficient program. I mean, and what I've seen from Encode, because I have looked at their system before, a lot of those reports can be prepared using their standard features, okay? So I don't have to spend time creating these specialized reports, which is really a bad situation for me because I come in weekends, I come in after hours, and that's one of the reasons why I like to see us move forward. And I want to make it very clear to the board, we've already talked about the implementation plan, about it's not a plan that's going to take a month to do, 2 months to do. It's more of like a 9-month process, 9 months, okay? And I've been involved at that level before, and there's a lot of paperwork involved. I think, and maybe Kip can elaborate more what I'm going to say, but the first 3 or 4 months are mostly paperwork involved in terms of our general ledger accounting system. Before we convert, they need to learn more about our system. So there's a lot of paperwork between our general ledger, what we can do, our utility billing, new account numbers we want to create. So there's a lot of kind of a pre-planning involved before we actually convert. So for the first several months, it's involved in that. So, but it is a 9-month process, and not just our agency, but the other agencies that have converted from moms to Tyler, they've gone through that. But as I mentioned in my staff report, we called a number of agencies that have done what we're asking the board to do. And the ones who have moms or have Encode now, Tyler, they're all saying, Rudy, it was worth the wait. Those 9 months were worth the wait. I mean, just our efficiencies are just on, I can probably write a book on just how much efficient it would be to convert. So I just want to pretty much leave it at that. But the cost of, I'm going to say, yeah, it's I believe one time $68,000. If the board approves it, we're asking you to approve the first part of it was $17,000 will be paid out of this fiscal year, and the $54,000 will be paid up next year. And then the $32,000 that we're talking about, it would not involve this year's budget. It will be part of next year's budget. So, so I think staff is not asking you to ask for more money than what's there. Now we are asking for $15,000 extra, and that is because there's travel. There's times where they might have to come from Texas. I think they're Texas to our agency and do some work on site. So there is that part of the contract. So we would have to reimburse them for that. And we may need some, again, a gentleman that was here earlier made a good point that there's a lot involved. There might be some issues that may come up. Maybe I or somebody might need some help for some, I don't know. But but we want to anticipate that particular issue, and we don't want to come back and ask the board 2 months later, go, we need to make another budget adjustment. We don't want to do that. So we're asking the board to approve an additional, this year, $15,000 for training for the Tyler and any related expenditures that will help us convert it for $15,000. So 15 unanticipated expenses, $17,000 for the first one-time cost. So it'll be about $32,000 we're asking for this year. Okay, and we have the $17,000 is already in the budget. The $15,000, if we need that, I'll go on record that we can afford. We can find $15,000. Okay, so staff is not asking the board to for extra money on that particular item. So that being said, staff is ready to entertain any questions the board or public may have.
Madam President, may I just make one or two quick comments?
Sure.
There is a cost associated with our current maintenance agreement with moms. I believe it's, what, $12,000? $14,000. So when Rudy references an annual cost associated with Tyler Encode, we really should immediately take that $14,000 off from that figure because that's what we're using right now. The other thing is this really sets the foundation for everything we've talked about today as the organization moves forward. And then there was some talk about the concerns associated with the amount of time it's going to take to transition into this new financial software. But I think we're going to, on the front end, it will require time, but on the back end, it's going to save a tremendous amount of time, as Rudy indicated. Currently, the way the process works is our staff generates a purchase order. They hand carry it up to the finance department. The finance department processes it, cuts a check, reconciles it, then eventually it works its way back into the monthly financial reports for the department managers. Thanks to Rudy, that process has improved exponentially, but there's still a lag time. The department managers right now do not have the tools or the resources to write a purchase order, process that purchase order, and then immediately have that encumbered from their existing budget to fully understand what they have left, what they have remaining in their budgets, so they can manage those resources. And then finally, which we haven't mentioned, is this has a human resources component in it, which is huge. It has a component, and INCO can talk a little bit about that, but so can Monique. And I think that's something that the district really needs right now, is that human resources component where we don't have to do things manually. So I think everybody's right in their assumptions that it's going to require a lot of front-end work, but I think ultimately in the end it's going to make us more efficient. And really that should be our emphasis as a government agency, is how we can become more efficient. So with that, I really appreciate the board allowing me to talk a little bit.
All right. Are you just here for questions? Did you want to say anything, Mr. Wingate?
First of all,
Hi, welcome.
thank you. Good afternoon. Is it on? Okay. Good afternoon, Madam President, Vice President, directors, and staff. It's a pleasure to be here with you. It's up to you. I can make a statement if you'd like about our company to give you a little bit of background, or just answer questions. What would you prefer?
If you're just available for questions, that would be great.
Okay.
Let me start.
Any questions?
Please.
Okay. How does labor going into your system? Okay, is that the individual using his cell phone? Is that possible to put labor hours, his daily labor into your system, and then that does the payroll for you, or how does that work?
Yes. What our system has is actually an online, a web-based online component where the employees can go in and enter their time that throughout the pay period. They can assign it to different projects that they spent specific time on.
Good.
And that in turn is then goes into the system automatically and identifies that in the proper general ledger accounts, so that there's no manual paper. You don't have timesheets anymore. That's all manual, and it has to be re-entered in the system. It's entered one time and identified, and then it goes through an electronic approval process. So their supervisor will approve their time and say, yes, this looks right. If they see something that doesn't look right, they can say, no, I'm not sure about this. They can hold that one out, check with that employee to make sure that is correct time, and then it's approved electronically. So it eliminates all this manual paperwork and manual approval process. It's just the technology is just so good today compared to 30 years ago. If you think back, that was DOS type software back then. This company that you're using now, they have a DOS type product that they put a sort of a Windows looking front end on, but it's still really DOS software. And today we have this Microsoft.NET type technology that is just amazing, that can take advantage of these kinds of efficiencies in the time entry, as well as Jerry mentioned, in requisitions and purchase orders. Those are approved electronically. You don't have to walk it over to somebody and get a signature. You can sign it electronically. And it's even down to where mobile capabilities on your phone. You could approve time and approve a requisition on a smartphone or tablet.
Good, excellent. How much historical data are we going to be able to suck into the new system?
That's a very good question, because you do want to have some history in there. And we really have an excellent process for that. We've done more conversions than anyone else. We're the leader in the industry. We have about twice as many clients as any other vendor in this industry. So we are the largest, most successful vendor to do this. And we have a process that's a little bit different. We'll actually take however much history that you want to put in. So Rudy and Stephanie and their team can decide how many years they want to bring out of the MOM system, and we'll actually bring that into our system.
Rudy, what do you think?
Yeah, time-wise, at least minimum 5 years.
Good.
Yeah, history.
You guys have estimated about 500 hours to do this
Correct.
project.
Yes.
And based upon other jobs that you've done for similar sized scope and that kind of thing, how many hours are we going to have to spend in order to, make the system work?
That's an excellent question. I don't have the answer to that. I mean, probably you could talk to Templeton, Nipomo, Buellton, City of Buellton, City of Solvang. Those are all fairly recent cities and or community services districts that have converted to Encode. They probably could answer that better than I could. I mean, I don't think it's significant, but everybody's interpretation of significant may be different.
Yeah, well, but by the way, your packet is very good, okay, very extensive. I'm surprised you didn't let Mr. Hernandez slip in some sales literature that gave us some features and benefits, though,
Yeah.
It's all terms and conditions for the most part.
It's really an excellent company. I've been in this industry for 20 years now, and I worked for another company for 10, and it's the way Tyler Technologies is honestly it's the best company in this industry. So if you decide to go with us, you really honestly did make a great choice, and I can say that from having experience with other vendors that compete against Tyler. So.
Okay. Have we decided who the sponsor, steering committee, and project manager is going to be for this project? Jerry, have we kind of laid out who's going to be responsible on our end?
I think the project management team would probably be myself, Rudy, Monique, and Stephanie, because we all have knowledge and components that we want to make sure are implemented into this process. So I don't think it's going to be just one individual, but that really is probably going to be the team that I'd like to put together, because my expertise is where it starts in the field on the invoices and things like that. Rudy's is a financial component. Stephanie's is the billing component. And then Monique's is the HR component. So I don't necessarily think that it's going to be just one person, and that's why I listed it as my goals. I'd really like to be able to head this up. I've done two transitions from old softwares. One was in the city of Big Bear Lake. We went from Wonderware to Springbrook. And then when I was a city manager in Atherton, we went from a software to Springbrook also. It is a big undertaking, but the most important part is getting off to a good start and making sure there's a clear line of communications between us and the vendor, and making sure when you do that transition from the 5 years of data into the new financial software that you take your time, that it's well thought out. It can't rest on the shoulders of just one individual.
Okay. Are we going to need some money for Tegrity, or are we pretty good with them on this thing?
If it is, it may be required maybe next year, but I think because I've been involved in a similar process, and there's more paperwork involved the first couple of months, so by the time we, if we do need Tegrity, maybe the first part of the fiscal year.
Okay.
So we can plan that as part of next year's budget.
Okay. One more question and then a comment. On your breakdown of your costing and stuff, at the bottom you have in-code notification for utility billing will be invoiced quarterly at 10 cents per call for calls conducted. What are these calls that might be conducted?
Okay, yeah, that's a good question. So that is optional whether you guys want to implement that notifications or not. But what it is, it's a computerized system that will call any of your residents that are like late with their payment, and it saves all the labor of a person calling. The system will call people and tell them they're late, that they have to make that payment within X amount of days or they'll be shut off. If you have to shut the water off on a certain street, it will call all the people and say your water's going to be shut off for X amount of time, and you only pay for calls that are made. They're 10 cents a call.
Okay, good. Thank you for that.
No upfront cost.
Clarity.
It's just
Okay.
10 cents per call.
Good. And Don, to make you feel a little better, my wife was a banker, and she looked at these numbers for the costs and stuff, and she thinks it's pretty reasonable what they're charging and stuff. So,
Director Farmer, then Vice President Berenger.
Yes, pardon me, sir. I came in slightly late from the break. Did you introduce yourself? Did we get your name?
Kip Wingett with Tyler Technologies. I'm a senior account executive.
All right, thank you. Mr. Wingett?
Wingett, W-I-N-G-E-T.
Right, okay.
First name Kip, K-I-P.
I got that. Thank you so much. So I just want to ask you, this is going to be a 9-month process, so to speak, in installing the software here. I think that's what Rudy alluded to. And I heard somebody say that you're from Texas. That's where the company is in Texas.
Our division is out of Lubbock, Texas. The company headquarters is in Dallas, Texas.
Okay.
I actually work out of a home office in Utah, so I'm a little bit closer. But.
All right. So how many times do you think someone, a representative from your company, will be traveling to and from where you live to Cambria to assist us in getting your software implemented?
Probably, I think I looked at that. It could be around 8 to 10 trips total. But there's various things along the way. Obviously, training, setup, other parts of the implementation. We also are here. We do this differently than most companies. We're here when you go live. So when you go live on payroll, which is very critical, or utility billing, we will be here to make sure everything's working perfectly, the totals are correct and all that. So, yeah. So I know Rudy mentioned that the travel expenses, you probably wouldn't actually have a lot of those up in the first few months. It would be, so that would probably fall actually most of that on your next budget year.
All right. I also noticed, and talk about the local agencies, including the Templeton and Oceano CSDs, which, from what I understand, are run really efficiently. And so I appreciate the fact that you're involved with them, as well as Napoma. I don't know that much about them, but just out of curiosity, and maybe you're not that involved in being here locally, but why is it that so many of the other cities and communities in our county haven't implemented your services?
I don't know. Some of it depends on the size. For example, our company, we have other products that we sell, not just the Encode software. The Encode software is the one that's best suited for your size. But I don't know if any of you have heard of a company or a product called Munis or Eden or New World. Those are also our products. So some of these cities may have those products, which are Tyler Technology products, but they may be larger entities. I'm trying to think of some of the cities. I know there's one of the cities up the road actually has Encode, but it's an older version. It's up 101 a little ways. I can't think of the name right now. Salinas, maybe. Is that correct? No. Yeah. They may have Encode on an older version. I don't know what products they have. I'm sorry.
That's all right. I appreciate your answers. Thank you.
You bet.
Vice President Berenger.
Yes, it looks like we're just looking at, a point increase in amount of funds. I think we've already made a commitment on this. President Rice and myself we're kind of nosing around, trying to deal with or make advice on staff matters, which I think having a second eye on it was worthwhile. If I look at the page 109 and page 110, you have a schedule of 32 weeks, and then is it true that the following 22 weeks is in addition, or is it concurrent to
That's a good question. It would start somewhere along that first 32, so it may be a total of, say, 44 weeks, 40 to 44 weeks.
Instead of 54?
Yes. So those would run over the top of each other for
a
part
little
of that.
bit, yeah,
Yes.
somewhat. But you couldn't start week one, which is whatever, a conversion update and so on and so forth, until you get down the path.
Right.
Have you ever had a situation where you went into a community and started from scratch? In other words, come June 1st, this is the new way you're going to do things, instead of building up 3 or 5 years worth of data. And the reason I'm saying that is that a lot of times you perpetuate structure in a client that really wasn't important. And everybody wants to do it the old way, and they want the old data be there and everything else. But make believe all of a sudden it just started up in July 1st. Have you ever done it, and are there efficiencies there?
We can do that, and some people do it. I would say, based on my experience, probably 70% of the clients do bring some history, and maybe 30% just go from year to date in the current year you're in and don't have any history.
Or could they prepare to start with a new system? They learn it now, and then come July 1st, all of a sudden, if you want any history, go to mom's.
Yes, some do that, not as many. About maybe 30% do it that way.
Do you feel it's more efficient?
I think it's better to bring some history because what happens, if that system crashes for some reason, because that's a very old system that was, I think, originally 30 years ago. Is that about right?
But here in 2002.
But I think the company built that in about 1980 something. So, I mean, honestly, if you look at the line items in here that are referring to what your question is, those are where it says, like general ledger legacy historical views. If you see that line item, that's the history we're bringing in. It's a total of $1,500 for that.
Okay.
I would think it would be worth it to bring that in, just in case that other system blows up and you can't get any history out of it. Another thing I will say is this is a good time that if you have some maybe errors in the way you've done things in the past with your general ledger chart of accounts, or vendors that are old vendors in there, don't bring those in. Come in with a clean system of just the stuff you need. And if it's a good time, if you've always wanted to change your chart of account structure to something that makes more sense, I don't know if this applies to you or not.
It does.
We have experts on that can help you make recommendations based on what other community service districts are doing or cities are doing in California to maximize the efficiency of your chart of account structure. And we can do that, and you can still combine those accounts, and we can double check the balances to make sure they're accurate when we go live, if that all makes sense.
Yeah, I've always liked the idea, and I think that the way we're going is a monthly fee, because then we always get the free update or the current updates and everything else, and it's kind of like software as a service. However, is there anybody that uses Tyler Technologies that actually serves multiple units? In other words, if somebody used this product and then they actually sell it, it's not sell it, they sell the service. We outsource essentially the whole department.
I'm not sure that I'm aware of anybody doing that. I will say that this proposal, there's some excellent benefits to this. The way that you are considering doing this is software as a service, where you don't have to buy new servers in the future, new computer servers, and your hardware doesn't have to be always new. You do need a good internet connection to access the data, but and I will say also that some of the other benefits would be disaster recovery is included and backups are included. You don't have to have IT staff to do any of that. We do all that. We have your data. The main server will be in a previous Federal Reserve building in Dallas, Texas. That's how secure it is. I couldn't even get in the building if I wanted to. That's where your main server will be. You'll also have another server, redundant server in the state of Maine. So it's in 2 locations in case something happens. Your data would be in 2 different places. I know the Federal Reserve building in Dallas has not lost power in 100 years. So that's
just like us. One last thing. Is it hardware independent on our side? In other words, can somebody use a cell phone, an Android and or an iPhone or a Mac or a Dell?
Yes, except for we have a mobile service orders application. If you decide to use that, where you're field people would be out completing a service order. That does need to be on an iPad. But the rest of it, the requisitions, purchase orders, and time approval is just simply you're going to a website, a secure website.
Well, thank you for coming, and I think it's answered my questions, and hopefully it updates the community.
Director Wharton?
I can appreciate the 9-month time frame because my company that I run is, albeit a lot smaller than this, is taken 6 to 7 months to swap accounting software. Part of that is, bringing a chart of accounts and stuff, and maybe something that Director Pearson had noted. A person can clock in and out of a job on, remotely. Did I catch that right?
It's not a punch in, punch out, but it's simply when they're ready to put their time in for the 2 weeks they've worked. They can actually have a template already pre-set up that is their normal, say, routine. If they usually work these 2 jobs, these hours, then that's already in a template. Then when they're ready to put their time in, they just go in and complete that template. So they're not actually punching in and punching out every day. They're logging into this website and putting in their hours they worked each day.
Okay,
for those 2 weeks.
So it's not like job specific. If a worker had spent 45 minutes at the SWF plant, or if he spent 45 minutes on the Bluebird project, or if he spent this, he couldn't just say, well, what, I'm just going to put the 10 projects I worked today as 10 hours. And does that throw off what we're budgeting and how we're accounting for how much labor and capital and everything goes into a certain project? Because with mine, I a certain amount of time for production, a certain amount of time for quality assurance, and then a certain amount of time for packaging, and I had to have those, very precise numbers. Could an employee say, I worked 10 hours worth of projects in my 8-hour day, and then does that cause problems down the road?
They actually could log it. They actually could put 1 hour on this project, 1 hour on this project, 1 hour on this project. They can do that and identify their hours that way.
Yeah, Aaron, to help out maybe, if they did put just 10 hours on admin or something like that, their supervisor is going to see that and get back to them and say, no, come on, we need this broken down so that we can keep track.
Yeah, so in other words, it's dependent on the accuracy of the information, or the information being input is going to affect the information on the output side. So,
exactly.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that, because there was problems with Code 39 and Code 40 with regard to the plant facility out there. So I just wanted to make sure that something like that wouldn't go by the wayside, and it wouldn't also, not that we have lazy employees, but reporting time that way could just, hey, I spent just an hour versus I spent 45 minutes, or I spent 30 minutes, or whatever. So
yeah, we'd have to set up those standards for them as to what we want them to do.
Mm-hmm. Is that it? Okay. First of all, Tyler Technologies. If I could buy any brand new car, I'm buying a Tesla. I've got a certain budget constraints, though, even though I want a nice car like that means that I can't necessarily have the Platinum. The proposal and the explanation of all the roles, this is fantastic. It is smooth, and there's a lot here, but it's very thorough, and I really appreciate that, because I don't know what kind of thing we would get from another company. I don't know how thorough they would be, but I appreciate the thoroughness of this and the
you can own part of this company.
I know, and they even have a 19% backlog right now. They're so busy trying to get new government agencies to sign up. So it's a good investment, actually, that they're going like this right now. So that's what happens when you're on the stock exchange. People look up how you're doing. The employee, and I also want to say that we do definitely, I'm 100% behind, we need to replace the current system. Whether or not I replace my 2011 Altima with a 2017 Tesla kind of matters. I'm going to get a better ride and spend less money when I get a Tesla, but is it something that I need to do right this minute instead of getting something that's closer to what I could actually afford, which is not even my 2011 Altima. But all that said, I think it also states very clearly the kind of requirements that will be required of our staff, and it is quite intensive. And I think that we need to be prepared for. There's some assumptions that are in here that concern me, and I just want to raise them. Whether we go forward with Tyler or we go forward with a different software company, we need to do this, and I'm cognizant of that. Sooner the better. Totally have been behind doing this for a long time. Don't want to rush into something, especially because we know that no matter who the company is, it's going to take time to implement. But if you're looking on page 149, there's data exchanges, modifications, forms, and reports. And it talks about making sure the client is on a supported compatible version of the third-party software, or the standard data exchange tools may not be available. Do you know if MOMS is compatible with your exchange software?
I'm not familiar with exactly what you're talking about there, but I know that we have converted MOMS a number of occasions before.
Okay. So it just may be more difficult if the platform isn't compatible.
Yeah, I mean, you may need to give us the data in a certain format, and we do have a couple of experts
to help us
they're actually subcontractors.
Okay.
So you would need to hire them if you need their help to get the data out in a readable format, if that's what you're referring to.
It is.
Yeah. I'm trying to think of Napomo, I believe, needed to do that. I think that their fee was maybe $2,500 or something to help get the data out of the system. You may be able to get it out yourself. I don't know. That's up to you and what kind of capabilities you have to get the data out in a readable format.
Can I follow?
Director Wharton, yes.
So with the conversion from the MOMS, of the companies that you're aware of, how did that conversion go? Did it go smoothly? Was there some hiccups? Did it take longer than you thought?
The MOMS is not one of the easiest ones to convert, I'll say that, but that's because of the nature of the beast. It's a 1985 software. It's a DOS-based software. I don't even know what the database that it's in. Does anyone know what database it's in? I don't. Anyway, yeah, it's a little bit troublesome, but we get it done. We get it done. City of Brisbane is another one I did that went off of MOMS. They honestly are, as Rudy said, anyone that's gotten off of MOMS is so happy, it's unbelievable. They're ecstatic because there is that much difference between a super old technology to what kind of capabilities there are today with .NET type of technology. It's just so much better. It's so much more flexible. There's all kinds of reporting that you can't get reports out of the system now. You'll be able to get in the future for you guys, and we're linked in directly with CalPERS. If you guys are on CalPERS, electronically reporting to them. Those guys love us at CalPERS. We have a person that's assigned just specifically to CalPERS to make sure that everything works electronically and smoothly. But yeah, it might require a little help with that data, but we'll be able to get it.
And one of the other assumptions on that same page, the very next one, is about making reasonable business process changes rather than expecting the product to conform to every aspect. And I think this board recognizes that our business processes maybe need to be reviewed and changed. But I want to make sure that the staff is cognizant. This is one of the assumptions that Tyler's making in this changeover that's going to require some time. And again, I don't dispute we need to change from MOMS. I'm trying to focus on whether this is the way we should be meeting our needs. This does meet the requirements. I don't know how many of the other ones did not meet the requirements. I'm seeing starting on page 48 of 56, which is 187 in the packet, there's 10 different roles. They don't have to be different people, but they're very specific as to what the tasks are. I know our staff is already significantly has their days very full already, and if we aren't able to provide the technical support, like is the CCSD technical support that shows on page 190, is that going to be Techtegrity? Because we need to make sure that we are able to provide what's required of us as part of this contract too. This contract will not work if we don't put in the work, it looks like to me. And having the technical support, somebody who's technically, who can get on the technical side and deal with that. Do we know if Techtegrity can be part of this team, if they would be, if that would add to the cost? Because I'm seeing in contracts what happens is you do a contract for a certain amount, and then boom, there's all these add-ons that end up happening through nobody's. It's not like it's intentionally hidden. It's not what I'm saying. It's just things end up, you don't think it through all the way, and so you end up going way over budget. And this is already a platinum plan, again, which I appreciate 100%, that it's very clear what's required both on your side and our side, but it just concerns me.
If I may say, I understand what you're saying, and I don't want that to scare you off. I mean, that's a boilerplate, RFP response, and it will encompass anything from a really small water district to a city of 40,000 people.
Well, but you're going to hold up your end of the responsibilities in this, right?
We are, yeah. But I mean, as far as what it says that we require of you, it's probably not necessarily applicable for your staff. I mean, we put that in there just so that a city knows that has that kind of staff that, I mean, does that make sense? Do you understand what?
Yeah, I do. I
mean,
do.
We'll dummy that down. It doesn't have to be as detailed as that.
No, I agree. The detail is actually good. I just want to make sure that staff's aware of how much work is facing them, and the two other brief things. When you talked about the online employee, is that the employee portal?
Yeah, employee self-service.
So it looks like that we don't have that included in our quotation, that element part of it. Looks like it's zero.
They're actually in there. They are. There's two components. There's employee self-service.
Is that the ESS, time and attendance?
That's not, the time and attendance one is actually where they would put their time in that we were talking about. But the first component of that, ESS, just a regular employee self-service, that would be where they could log in and look at all their prior paycheck history.
Okay.
They could print off their own stubs.
That's the employee portal that you're talking about.
That's the portal, right? And then the next one is the time and attendance. And the reason those are separate is some cities or community service districts may not want to use the time entry part, but they want the part where an employee can go in and see their history.
Okay, so the employee self-service is folded in with the time.
Yes.
That's what you're saying. Okay, and Ms. Madrid, 30 employees. Is that quotation based on the number of employees?
It doesn't. It could be 50.
Really
it wouldn't matter.
Okay,
that was just a guesstimate we put in based on what we thought.
That's fine. I just wanted to make sure it wasn't a per user, per employee.
And as far as your other question about can the cost creep on this? No. Except for you may need to get somebody to help you get the data out of your system to get it to us, but this is the cost to get you up and running.
Okay.
The only thing that isn't in here is the travel expenses that Rudy alluded to that we've estimated at $12,000 to $15,000, and that's just the actual cost of that person coming out here and the per diem expense
I saw that
for meals and such.
On this, there's the one-time fees, and then there's the $32,000 annual fee. So is the $32,000 annual fee start when we go live, or start at the very start of our signing the contract?
That's a good question. On this hosted option, the SaaS option, It's going to start probably about 90 days after you sign an agreement.
Okay.
Because that's when, on this option, it's when the data is on the server and ready for you guys to start playing with it,
Okay.
which would be roughly about 90 days after you signed an agreement.
Okay, so it isn't like 100,000 to the first year, really, it's the first 90 days, there's not that.
Right.
Okay. Do you have a policy on data breaches and reporting it to your clients?
I don't know.
Okay, that would be good to know.
I'm sure that,
This is, you
I know that we have about over 400 government entities that are using this option for the software as a service. And so I believe that we're completely secure and all of that.
I'm glad that you're completely secure. If there's not a policy about how you report breaches, because Equifax has everybody, right? Every grown up with a credit record. So I was curious.
I will see what that is and get it to you guys.
Yeah, it would make me feel better because we need to know, protect our data. Vice President Berenger, thank you for indulging my questions. Appreciate that.
I was just going to move that we approve the agreement between Cambria Community Services District and Tyler Technologies for the in-code accounting software program.
I would like to have a quick follow-up question to some of Amanda, Director or President Rice's statements, specifically
yes, please, Director Wharton.
Back on page 149, willing to make reasonable business process changes. Any hints or ideas of what those could be and how they would impact our district?
It would just be if through our discussions initially and ongoing through the implementation with your people, if we see that maybe you're doing something in a way that we've found other entities can do more efficiently, we might make a suggestion.
Okay.
That's that kind of thing, which should be for your benefit.
Any examples of what those that you've done for other districts or not? Or your
I can't think of any because I'm not an implementation person. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm just a sales guy. But yeah. But I do know that there's been times, clients have told me that they really appreciated our expert people on chart of accounts in general ledger with helpful suggestions on how to set up a better chart of account structure for the future compared to the past because they had way too many chart of account line items and they could condense those down based on our experience. Sorry, I don't have it.
Was that it? Okay, so there's a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
Second.
So it was moved by Vice President Berenger and seconded by Director Pearson to sign the contract with Tyler Technologies for in-code software. Further discussion. Director Farmer.
I appreciate what Mr. Wingate said earlier about the technology and everything like that is like totally secure because I have friends and myself, we're still struggling with our insecurity, so it's nice to know that some things are secure in this world. But what I don't know if I'm a little out of line here, but Mr. Howell, in public comment earlier, he got up and questioned the need for using your software. Mainly his concerns, I think, were financial as much as anything. And like I say, this may be out of line, but I'm wondering, since he's heard the presentation here, if we could allow Mr. Howell, who voiced it, the only person in the audience who voiced his concern, if he might be able to just get up and say, after hearing this presentation, does he feel more comfortable with the situation, or is that not proper?
I think it's my discretion, yes, and Mr. House, of course, discretion. Would you like to follow up?
I think I mainly say that because I think all of us that are here know that Mr. Howell, he gets up and comments at almost every meeting, and he's always very thoughtful and complete in his comments. So,
if you would just comment briefly.
Thank you for your kind remarks, Director Farmer. First of all, the price is fine. There's nothing wrong with the price. It is expensive. It is a Tesla. There's no question about that. But you are getting a great deal of bang for the buck. There's no question. It's Is that me? Is it?
Yeah, probably.
Hello. Okay, try again. So there's no question about that. There are two areas I think part of what disturbs me is having been involved in a number of implementations, some of which were highly successful and some of which were very not successful. One comes to mind particularly is the University of California at Santa Barbara actually ended up spending about $3 million for a degree audit system. I was involved in that, dealing with the vendor, and it didn't work. After $3 million, certainly there were some jobs lost as a result of that. But that's not unusual in the software world. As I said, this excellent presentation. I don't have any problem with what's proposed, but I do see some hidden costs that I really think, if it were me, I would say, can we table this and get a little bit of research? Two things. One, try to come up a little more precise estimate as how much employee time will be required and which employees will be required, because you have the steering committee, you have a whole bunch of things. That's going to cost money because that means they're not doing something else, or else you're going to end up paying overtime. It seems to me the board should have those numbers in hand. So that was the one thing. The other thing, we speak about the efficiencies that are to be gained, and there's no question, but we have an antiquated system, and there will definitely be efficiencies. But I think, again, it would be germane to know the actual dollar value of those efficiencies. Efficiencies are good, and it's good to be efficient, but we are muddling along inefficiently, and we're not exactly failing, so it's not like... So I guess my main point is, I think this is premature. I think it could be postponed for another month, possibly even until the next fiscal year, assuming that the offer and the contract still remains. I think it's something that maybe the board should do, but I think there are hidden costs that, because you spent a good bit of time dealing with budget shortfalls and moving stuff around, and I don't think that this is going to help matters at this point. So that's my only thing. I think that, the other thing was the price is good. I'm a little concerned about the security. When someone says, I'm sure it's secure, as you said, Experion thought they were secure, I would really think that it's very important that at a sales presentation, and especially in this environment of these recent data breaches, that you really should have a policy in front of you that this company maintains. And then the final thing, if there are words in the contract which are simply there just because, those need to be removed. I've seen so many issues where people enter contracts thinking that words don't mean anything. And if it says that you're supposed to do something, and it's just there because, we're just covering our bets, then you better be sure that you do that, because it's a contract and words count. And I've seen too many. If you watch Judge Judy, you'll see it every day, people thinking words don't count. Anyway, but I think the presentation is excellent. The implementation plan is excellent, but I think there are some unknowns, and I would think you might be wise to consider waiting.
I think there is something in the contract. It says that there's an assumption mitigation, that any assumptions are not met or proved to be invalid, the parties agree to work in good faith to mitigate the measures. So I think that we are covered on that in this contract, and I think that our district council also reviewed the contract and is comfortable with it. So I think on that front we're good. Any further discussion before we take a vote? Director Wharton?
Yeah, not too long ago, Rudy Hernandez got up and promised a little bit more transparency with the records, so the financial health of the district. The public demands it. The public deserves that transparency as well. And I feel we as a board should have support that as well. Rudy has mentioned to me several times of how long it takes them to prepare these reports. Sometimes they take them a couple of hours, and now almost at a push of a button that these reports will be generated that might allow him to work on other projects. And why should we operate on a system that's 30 years in the dark? I think we should move it forward.
And I would just say that my any objection I have to this software has nothing to do with us updating and having what we need to have and having transparency. There are other software programs that can meet our needs that aren't this one. So my objection isn't to the overall project of allowing for better transparency and tracking of purchase orders and all of that. It has nothing to do with any of that. So, Vice President Berenger. Okay, I think we're ready for the vote. The motion was made by Vice President Berenger and seconded by Director Pearson.
Vice President Berenger,
Aye.
Director Pearson,
Aye.
Director Wharton,
Aye.
Director Farmer,
Aye.
President Rice.
No. The vote passes 4-1. Thank you very much. We appreciate you being here today.
Thank you.
We have got another 50 minutes before we have to decide whether and we still have closed session today, so let's...
We can do it. I know we can.
What I was going to say,
Yes,
I have a
Vice President
suggestion
Berenger.
that I would move, hopefully, and get the consent agenda done, start with H and I, and see if we then fill up from the top.
So you're
And-
saying
yeah.
invert it?
In a way, because, I'll explain. I don't know who we're going to elect for the CSDA board. I
Well,
don't
let's
know
just go through them. I don't think
Maybe
it's going
go
to
through
take that long.
Okay.
So,
All right, let's
item
move
D,
forward. Go for it.
briefly.
Thank you, Madam
Let's see
President.
how short your presentation can be.
It's going to be short.
Thank you.
Item 5D is discussion and consideration of making a nomination for the election to the CSDA Board of Directors, the Coastal Network, Seat A. With that, I'll turn it over to Tim Carmel.
I'll be very, very brief, Madam President, members of the board. This is your opportunity to nominate one of you to run for the California Special District Association Board of Directors. That's an 18-member board. We're in the Coastal Network. It's a 3-year term. The expectations, I think, are approximately 15 days a year, most of which are in Sacramento. And I'd be glad to answer any questions. The ballot would be, the nomination would be due on the 18th of April. They send out ballots for the election June 17th, and the decision is made August 14th.
Is there anybody on the board that would like to serve on the CSDA board?
Personally, I'd like to suggest that David Pearson, for a variety of reasons, number one, his knowledge and his background, and also the fact that he is retired and would have a little bit more free time to contribute to his endeavors. That's just my feeling.
Yeah, I would echo that, other than there's an election coming up, and this person's would have to, if not elected, would have to, can't serve. Is that correct? I think that the
You have
term
to be on
ends
the
when.
I'm pretty sure that's correct.
Yeah. So that would be my only reservation, and there'll be an opportunity for next year to do the same.
Yeah, thank you, Harry, but I think my experience level isn't quite where it needs to be able to be effective on that board yet.
Aren't you ready for the deep end?
Next.
All right, so seeing no interest in that, we don't need a motion because we don't need to take any action. Item 5E.
Thank you, Madam President. Item 5E is discussion and consideration of casting ballot for alternative special district member on the Local Agency Formation Commission. And again, I'll turn this over to District Counsel Tim Carmel.
I'll be very brief again. This is your opportunity to vote for one of two people running for the alternate special district seat on LAFCO, the Local Agency Formation Commission. It's a 7-member board. There are two candidates, Dan Burgess from Heritage Ranch CSD and Ed Eby from Napomo CSD. With that, I'd be glad to answer any questions. The ballot's due by April 30th.
Thank you. So I don't see any statements from either person. LAFCO is the Local Agency Formation Commission, and they have a special district representative who stepped up from, I think he was elected from being the alternate, and so now they need an alternate, correct?
Actually, I think Ed Eby's already the alternate now.
Okay.
He's just running to
Be the
be
regular.
re-elected. No, this is an
This
alternate.
is for the alternate, isn't it?
Right. There are 2 members there now, but they're both seated. Their terms aren't up.
Okay. So Does anybody have any preference? Do we have to vote? We probably should vote.
You don't have to, but they're having a lot of problems, getting a quorum. In this case, it would be helpful if you voted.
Okay, we can definitely do that. Does anybody have a preference? I know Ed Eby. I don't think I know Dan Burgess.
I attended the dinner where they didn't have a quorum, and yes, I do know Eby. He's very, he's involved in a lot of things.
Mm-hmm.
I really appreciate his experience and his efforts. However, I was impressed by Dan Burgess in that he kind of has a fresh look at things.
Mm-hmm.
He's not as well known, but I would vote for him. I tend to think Eby, from his experience and everybody that he's met, may win. But I think Dan Burgess would be the person I would personally nominate.
Is that a motion?
In fact, I'll move that. Dan Burgess.
I would second that we vote Dan Burgess from the Heritage Ranch Community Services District, if only from the recommendation of Vice President Berenger, and he's much closer there than Nipomo.
Yes.
My only comment is that I seem to recall in Ripley's Believe It or Not, and this is many years ago, and the shortest name ever on a tombstone was Ed Eck. And I'm thinking, well, this is really close.
Alphabetically first.
Well, not only that, same letters, but just one more letter. So that's the only thing that crossed my mind.
All right, so we have a motion made by Vice President Berenger, and I seconded. Is there any further discussion before we vote?
Other than going off of the recommendations of the two that spoke up, I don't feel comfortable voting for either because I know nothing of either candidate.
This is where you have to trust your fellow board members.
True, but it's due April 30th. Could we get some information on these fellows and vote at the next meeting? Or I can abstain because if there's 2 yes votes for it already. I can.
Well, you have time to do it if that's the question.
That would.
We can bring this back on the next agenda if that's agreeable. Just people need to vote no when we take a vote on the motion, and we can agendize it during future agenda items.
Innocent as I am to push something down the pike, I'll go at the pleasure of the board.
I just don't like voting on things there was no information given in here, like you asked. There was no pro statement, no against, or statements from the candidates that I could.
So if you would like to postpone to the next month, you would vote no on the motion, and if not, then you vote yes on the motion.
The general manager, may I ask if the general manager, since he lives in Heritage Ranch, if he is aware of Mr. Burgess, and maybe you can speak toward that.
Yes, I am. I'm not aware of him from a friendship standpoint. I'm aware of him from a professional standpoint. He is on the Heritage Ranch board out there. He's served on the homeowners association out there. He is a contractor. He builds homes, but he's very, very engaged in the community and has a really good reputation out there. And that's what I know of the individual. Hardworking. Every time I see him, he's on the end of a shovel. And I do echo what Vice President Berenger said about the kind of a breath of fresh air, or somebody that may not be known but has a different perspective on things. So I know of him. I've talked to him several times. It's not my decision, but I think he would serve really well on this. Very family guy, very engaged in the community, has given a good portion of his life to Heritage Ranch, and I'm sure he'll work hard on this. So.
All right. So we've had a motion and a second to cast a ballot for Dan Burgess from Heritage Ranch Community Services District. If you would like to get more information, you should vote no. Otherwise, vote yes, and we will go forward from there.
Vice President Berenger?
Aye.
President Rice?
Aye.
Director Pearson?
Aye.
Director Wharton?
In the hopes that we can make it 5-0, I'll vote aye based on the recommendations from fellow board members and General Manager Gruber. Aye.
Director Farmer?
Well, I'm just going to follow up on what Director Wharton said earlier, and abstain. So, because I really don't know that much about either one of these gentlemen, I'd like to know more to make my own decision. Thank you.
The motion passes 4-1. Director Farmer abstaining. All right, next item.
Thank you, Madam President. Item 5F is discussion and consideration of proposed 2018 General Manager goals. I'd like to thank the board for giving me some direction on this. If you recall, I brought a laundry list, and that's what it was, is a very, very long list of things. What I did is I listened to what the board said. The board asked me to really focus on three goals. I included 5 here. And the board also asked me to go back and take that list that we had and meet with the department managers and supervisors and to sit down with them and to spend time with them and for them to prioritize their goals. I've done that. I've sat down with Jason and John, and I've sat down with Rudy and Monique. I've sat down with Chief and Carlos, and we've identified within their departments the highest 3 or 4 goals that they really want to accomplish. And then that'll be incorporated into this budget process for fiscal year 18-19. So I have my goals here. I'm sure you've read them all. I talk about the need to make sure that the sustainable water facility is operational and ready to start. Complete the water and wastewater rate study and the financial 10-year plan. I just want to make one comment. We've green sheeted the timeline that Alex Handler provided to us. Originally, he had the date for the April board meeting of April 26th. That was wrong. Director Pearson brought that to my attention, so it is April 19th. I did mention in an email today on my weekly update to the board that I think this is just a little too aggressive. And the reason being, I sure do want to get the rate study done, but I don't think this is a realistic timeline. And we don't have an opportunity to do a rate study that often. I really would like to be able to meet with the rate study ad hoc committee, solicit stakeholder internal and external stakeholder input, possibly have a workshop or two, make sure the business community buys into the rates. It's important that we involve the chamber and things like that. So I did mention on my email today that I'd like to see this taking 3 months. If the board wants to try to get it done sooner, that's great. But I think it's worth taking our time for. We're also going to gather a lot of good information from the infrastructure ad hoc committee and the budget ad hoc committee that's going to help us with regards to this rate study. So we're going to need to have a couple meetings with them. Completely revamp and develop a new budget for fiscal year 2018-2019. I mentioned this being a 2-year process because we'll start to implement that this fiscal year, but it's really going to take an additional year. And then fully implement the Tyler Technology Financial Personnel Software Management. We talked about that. The board approved it. And then one of the things that I'm hearing from the board is to really be the face of the CCSD within the community. And I put attending at least 2 public, civic, and private meetings per month in addition to my normal duties as general manager. I've already at least done. I attended the chamber mixer. I attended the chamber board meeting. I'm going to be speaking with the American Legion. I'm going to be talking to the realtors, and then Haley prints out a copy of all the meetings, everything from Forest Committee to NCAC, and she prints those out for me every week, and I'll do my best to try to attend as much as those as I can without spreading myself too thin. But I embrace and support the concept of the board wanting me to be the face of the district. I don't know if it's the best looking face to be the face of the district, but I'm going to be out there. So these are my 5 goals. And then one of the things that was suggested also is that I should consider focusing on the administrative department becoming more efficient and cost savings measures there, which will be part of the budget. But I don't know if the board supports these, if they support them all, if they want to add some, if they want to delete some, but there they are. And I really appreciate your guidance in this, and hope I knocked it out of the park this time, as opposed to The one thing that also is that we want the goals, we want them to be, measurable, we want them to be obtainable, those type of things. So I included also that, and I'll be providing you a regular update with them if the board decides to adopt these or kind of send me in a different direction.
Vice President Berenger.
Yes, I'm supporting the goals in general. I think 1 through 4 are measurable and probably the things that I would support. Number 5, I'm thinking that's more of an activity and not necessarily a goal. And of course, you should do what you need to do. If you're invited to go and speak, that's certainly good. It's on your time, but it's more of an activity, and I appreciate you volunteering for that activity. But I would rather replace that with something like reduce the number of PRRs, public records requests, by 50% next year. I'm just throwing this out. And I'm not saying we don't want people to ask for information, but I think one of the goals that the district should have is provide enough information online, total transparency, have a website that, if a citizen wants to know something about a report and they see it 4 days before the board meeting, and they can get the real information and not continually having to say, why isn't this, I'm going back 2 years and why do I see the well levels, or whatever they want to do. I'd like to have that, and it's a hard job, but if we have a friendly face to the community, rather than seeing your face at the at the NCAC meeting, I think it's more important that the cooperation and the willingness to be transparent and give the public all the information they possibly need. And every time they ask a question, your goal is to make sure that the next person doesn't have to ask that question because it's already there and it's easy to. So that would be my suggestion for a goal. But I'm open for any kind of discussion. It's just I thought I'd open it up with that. Open it up with that particular thing. And I don't want to. I would prefer not to see a 6th goal. I think if you have just if you have 5, that's more than enough.
I like that suggestion. I think maybe the reduction in PRRs is the measure of how transparent and available documents are online. So that gives us a measure. We know how many we're getting per month now. We know, and we can measure whether that's decreasing, whether it's 50% specific to try to meet that goal. That's a good goal to try to reach. But I don't think it's like a failure if it goes to 60%. Necessarily. Right. Right. I like that. I think that number 3 is something that is primarily in conjunction with or the responsibility of the finance officer. Maybe I'm wrong about that, but so there you go. That we can replace the transparency with that one because I think that it's important the GM is supporting the finance officer in meeting this goal about the revamping the budget. I also think it's a little. I appreciate the sentiment of it. It's a little ambitious as a single year goal to completely redo the whole budgeting process because it involves all the department manager. I mean, it's not that you shouldn't set your goals high. I'm just saying that one may be more to Rudy. And I think number 4, we just approved a contract that means that you better do that. I mean, maybe I'm not reading that right on how that's going to be implemented, but I too appreciate that you've revised these so they're more clear. One of the things that I would personally like to see is something related to staffing. something related to, I want to ensure that, employees have as many opportunities to take workshops or go to conferences or whatever it is, whatever measure, and maybe do something that would, try and figure out a way to make we keep losing people. I know that every individual is a different reason, but maybe there's something we could be doing to retaining more employees or something. It's just my own thought, and I don't know how the rest of the board feels, but to not have anything, since you're in charge of all the staffing, and I know that we've had some fun, as it were, and I know that it's hard to fund all the positions that you would like to have. I understand that you're challenged in that sense, and there's nothing I can really do. We can only get so much, but maybe they're just a thought, and I welcome input from anybody else, because I don't want to be the only one saying that, what they think these. Director Pearson?
First of all, great job. Compared to last time, you learned and you did a good job, I think, bringing things forward. I think the first goal, I hope Bob has got that as his goal, because that's his goal, but I know that's so important to us that you have to be accountable for that, okay? I would agree with number 3 being kind of Rudy's goal instead of your goal, but again, if it's important, then we could do that. We talked about adding one as administrative efficiencies, and maybe the PRR thing is a bullet underneath those, underneath that one as far as being an efficiency in the administrative department and that kind of thing. But I agree he shouldn't have more than 5, so maybe if you could give him some direction on what you think that human resources, or whatever you want to call it, goal should be, then he could revise those and bring them back at the next meeting for our final approval.
I'd be more than happy to do that, Board. I'm hearing yes on a 1. I'm hearing definitely yes on a 2. I'm hearing continue to support Rudy on 3.
Mm-hmm.
I'm hearing a yes on a 4, so that's 3, and I'm hearing not really a consensus on 5, but then also I'm hearing the need for the reducing of public records, or a friendly face, a cooperative and willingness to reduce those by 50%, but also that could tie into an administrative goal of efficiencies, and also the workshops and the conferences and the retaining employees and those things like that. So that could really could morph into 1, or it could morph into 2, which would give us 5. So I'd be more than happy to the board
and figuring out what those out of all those things, which priorities you think are more important. You're the day-to-day. You know which things are more critical, but when we're spending money on training in employees and we're having trouble retaining employees, that's like a double-edged
Yeah, and it's also a little more than that. It's also, frankly, problem recruiting, and and I don't necessarily know that money is the issue. We want to think that resolves everything, but I don't necessarily know that's the entire issue. But absolutely,
in honor of Gail Robinette's time on this board, I think that overhauling the personnel policies is probably a good idea. The first year I was on the board, she really wanted to do. We've been talking about that for years.
And we're in the process of doing that, so I could actually, under administrative, maybe I can have some bullet. We have a first draft of that. Matter of fact, that we worked with the district council on. I think Tim and David have done a really good job. I'm in the process of reviewing that. So I'm seeing some administrative things, and maybe 2 or 3 A, B, and C underneath that. And the other thing about the reduction in a public records request, and this takes time, but automation is not just the only answer. It's a good answer, but also I have found out when I reach out to the folks that want to meet, and Karen Dean's in the audience now, that want to meet and want to have these questions answered, it goes a long way, because it becomes very sterile, if you will, or impersonal when it's, I got a request from you and here's the information that I only have to provide to you. When you sit around a table with somebody, you can look them in the face and look at their body language and really see where they're coming from. And it also makes them feel like, that they're valued. And I think that's important. So those are important things that I can do too with staff. So I think and I know probably Director Farmer wants to add some things or.
Yep, I see his light on.
Well, Jer, I don't know how you knew that I wanted to add some things out there, but thanks for having that intuitive insight there. With regard to the goals, number one, the goal that you have is number one, ensuring that the facility is fully operational, ready to start when needed to meet the water supply needs for the community of Cambria. So maybe I like, and you don't have to necessarily say this right now, but who decides when it's needed? And why are we going to be starting up this facility? And for whose benefit are we going to be starting up this facility? We had 40 inches of rain last year. The well levels are doing pretty good. We're getting some decent rain right now. So I'm just questioning the need for starting up this facility just because we have it, unless there's a particular agenda that we need to start up this facility. That's a comment on that.
I think we're going to get into that when we get to that item on the agenda. And so I think that you'll get those answers then, unless it's related to specifically to having it as a goal. Because I think we do need to have those answers for sure.
No, if I could, just really quick, and that's a very good question. Up until I think we still should make the assumption that we have to run it, and it's really a policy decision.
That's kind of the next agenda item.
Okay.
So let's let Director Farmer continue. I'm sorry for the interruption, sir.
It's not a problem. Also, something that was just brought up, addressing the issue of employee resignations. We're losing some really, just in the past couple of years, we've lost some very talented staff who, if they were still here, the operations of this district would be much more efficient. Also, with regard to water, I still feel like, and I know this isn't necessarily a goal that you should set personally, but we should, as a district, be encouraging, it's the 21st century, not just saying, okay, we've got this facility up here on the hill, everything's okie dokie, hunky dory, but encouraging, more, how could we say it, forward-looking ways of dealing with water needs. I wish we had done that like 10, 15, 20 years ago with off-stream storage. And I know I'm getting a little off the topic here, but then again, item number one here, if we had done off-stream storage, I feel like we'd be a lot better off. That's what I'm talking about, 21st century. Also, with regard to number three, it says here, and I appreciate what Rudy is saying, well, this is your goal, but it still has to do with finance officer, significantly enhances transparency and promotes accountability. I don't know Rudy said that the first time I got up and spoke, but it just implies to me that, well, this wasn't happening in the past, and that's a little bit discouraging, I guess you could say. And then finally, number 5, with regard to being the face of the CCSD, and you commented on your face, it reminded me of Abraham Lincoln. And he was debating, I can't remember the fellow he was debating, but that person said that Abraham Lincoln was two-faced, and his response was, well, if I'm two-faced, do you think I'd be using this one? Just a little aside there. But I'm just wondering what you are going out and saying to the community. I mean, I don't personally, I don't necessarily want what is happening here at the district to be sugar-coated. We have serious challenges here at the district. I think people in the community need to know what those are. We need to get members of the community, especially the business community, perhaps involved and providing suggestions, information as to how this district moves forward in a more proactive fashion. Because I know the tendency of the GM is to be a PR person. This is not necessarily about getting out there, like I said, and schmoozing. It's about being very straightforward about where the district is at right now with regard to employee issues, with regard to financial issues, and yet we as a board, we feel like we need to be on top of these things as well. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Just real quick, I think if and I've spoke many a times, and I think I'm very honest and forthright, and I don't sugarcoat it. And I've spoke to groups of 10, I've spoke to groups of 100. So although I always try to focus on the good things we're doing, I am very honest and associate the challenges that we do have. So. But absolutely understand. And when I do speak, I speak from a policy standpoint, not my opinion, not as a general manager. It's always consistent on what you guys are deciding from a policy perspective. So I hope that's helpful.
Thank you.
Director Wharton.
Hearing the laundry list that you proposed first, it's nice to see the trimmed down version. I can support these as the other board members have supported them. And in response to Director Farmer's number 5 comments, Jerry has been seen as somebody who works in the community, lives somewhere else, and you only see him driving to and from work. And I think that maybe makes him a little unapproachable. And I think going out and speaking to these community service communities, groups would go a long ways into promoting more of an open dialogue, hopefully with the general manager, or instill just a little bit more confidence in the general manager as an individual, as the head of the CCSD. So I do agree with Director Vice President Behringer saying that this is an activity and not a goal. I do support this as an activity to go out and meet with these people and, press the flesh, politic a little bit, and hopefully raise the confidence within the district and the board and the CCSD as a whole.
Anything further? Okay. I don't think any actions needed to be taken. I think if the board wants to have you come back, I don't necessarily think next month, but maybe to have a review in a couple months, 3 months, something like that. I mean, let's give him some clear direction at least. I mean, this is part of our how we work with him.
I'd like to bring it back next month. I mean, I think it's important that you have.
Okay, but you can't have a facility slideshow too.
Okay, no, we won't. And only because next month is April, and my evaluation's in June, and I'd like to have some measurable things for you to measure me in. Cool. And
that was going to be my next.
Yeah. So I mean.
How are we gonna measure these? Because there really isn't any measurables in here. As Vice President Behringer said, that maybe a 50% reduction or some sort of reduction in the PRRs, because we have made an increase in transparency on the website. We made more information available. We are going to need to see something like that. Maybe in consideration with number 1, we have a list of permits. We have a list of processes that we or agencies we have to go forth. Maybe we, are those calendared? Do we check those off as we go along? What was the result of those? He can update us on Rudy's budget, because he is in charge of, it is under his purview. It's not his specific goal, but and then, he can update us on the administration efficiency increases that Director Pearson has mentioned, as well as human resources maintaining the employees. So there needs to be some sort of goals. I don't know if we're ready to talk about what goals those are today, or if we bring that back in the future. But I do think that there needs to be
something measurable,
and something we come back and hold you accountable for, General Manager Gruber. So.
Yeah,
Director Pearson.
Yeah, I would like to see him come back next month with some revisions, and then we can say,
and then
okay,
we can put some
those are pretty
specific
good,
measures,
and then we can go from there.
Is that comfortable?
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
fine with that as well. Yeah, that's
Sure.
Is that clear,
Yep.
Mr. Gruber?
Yes, Madam President.
Okay. Boom, 5G. I'm sorry, I had a public comment. Mr. Howell, I apologize. We did not take any action, if we need to still.
Oh, thank you. Yes, and thinking about the goals, the general manager's goals, and I'm specifically concerned about item number 5. I will say that the general manager's demeanor and relation with the community, I have found him to be far more friendly than the previous general manager. So that part is good. But I do feel that to be the face of the CCSD is really not appropriate for that position. He is the manager of the staff, and you are the CCSD, and you are the CCSD's face. So there are some issues where it kind of, it's good to be involved, community involvement, but there's a fine line where it can be said that policy is only being discussed and not other things, yet how policy is presented can make a difference in how people perceive things. So I think that it's straying a little bit beyond the scope of the general manager's, job description, if you will. And so while it's good to be involved, and particularly if people are asking for information, but to simply go and perhaps claim to be representing the board without anyone from the board there to make sure that that's in fact what's going on is probably not a good idea. So I would urge that be restated. I think Vice President Beringer's idea was very good as a way of saying, well, in terms of improving the face of the CCSD for the community, this issue of transparency is so crucial that I think that is probably really where the focus should be. So I just wanted to make that. It kind of disturbed me. In the past, when we've dealt with the hopefully SWF, I felt that the general manager has taken a proprietary attitude towards that, which probably was a little bit over beyond what the scope of what he should have been doing. I had noticed that in earlier times over the past number of years, even to the point where I think there was one letter to the Cambria, which I'll have to locate if you check me on it, where he actually referred to it as my water facility. So there's a danger that any worker who devotes their blood and sweat, to some project is going to take some ownership of it, no question about it. But I do feel that I think that a little bit of stepping back in that regard might be a good idea.
Thank you for your comments, and I think maybe the list that Haley puts together, that this is a long list, there's 5 of us and 1 of him, maybe we could get that list sent to the board also so that we can coordinate to have more face of the district out there.
Absolutely.
I don't know how the rest of the board feels, but when you bring back your goals, we can discuss that.
And I can also, I think maybe, being more engaged as opposed to being the face of, just modifying that slightly is thank you. It's my time. It's time. Okay, I'm done. Thank you.
Okay, 5G, please.
Thank you, Madam President and board members. Item 5G is discussion and consideration regarding pursuing financing opportunities with State iBank. I want to thank President Rice for writing this staff report. I'm going to turn it over to you because it was really your effort, and I just want to quickly say that we have been in an ongoing and continuous correspondence with Senator Flores. We've had 2 very, what I thought, productive calls with the executive director who handles the iBank and works directly with their board. I've sent Senator Flores a lot of different information. We've also sent iBank the last 5 years of our financial reports. And I guess from a policy perspective, staff would be looking for some direction on where you would like us to go with this and what maybe projects specifically you would like us to address. But with that being said, I'll turn it back over to you.
Super briefly, the reason this is on the agenda and the reason that I wrote this up is because I was on the calls, Vice President Beringer was on the calls, but we're talking about getting loans to do more infrastructure projects, and we all know that we do need them, and that if there were a way that we could, Mr. Senator Flores has been working on trying to find ways that we can refinance our loan on the advanced water treatment plant, mainly because the interest rate is fairly high, and because it promises our ad valorem taxes, which are two of the issues that caused us to not be able to get the loan on the library. So if we were able to refinance that, even if the interest rate was just low enough so we were paying kind of the same amount, but we were able to get out from under that specific term of that loan, I think that that's a good thing. Now, the infrastructure bank is a state bank, so they have like slightly different allowances for what they will do, but they fund construction projects in the state, and they don't really do refinancing. And what she explained to me, and what Dean and I had talked about further after we had those two discussions, is that we would have to essentially have at least 50% of what the amount was that we were asking to borrow would have to be new construction, and about 50% could be refinancing. She's saying she could probably sell that to her board. Most of the ones that included refinancing were somewhere closer to 10 to 15% of the amount was refinancing something, and then the rest was new construction. So I think it's important for the board, before the staff puts any more staff time into putting together documents, that we give them at least some direction, and in order to stay in good stead. She has spent a good, what would you say, I'd probably combined at least an hour on the phone, plus the conversation she's been in with Mr. Flores, and the groundwork she's done, out of respect for that, and to stay in good stead with the iBank in general. I think it's a good idea if the board considers whether it makes sense for us to try to do this. There's good reasons to try to refinance. There's good reasons to not put ourselves in $16 million of debt. There may be a way for us to do it so it's not 50-50, so that the refinance is a bigger portion. It's just, there's a lot of numbers things, and because this is a policy thing, whether we get into this additional debt, I wanted to make sure that the board had an opportunity to hear that, about that opportunity that Mr. Flores has gotten for us through the iBank, and that's it. So we can either say staff continue down this road, and then we can refer it to the infrastructure committee to look at, or we say right now we need to get ducks in a row and do something different. But I don't think we need to close off the opportunity entirely. I think we just need to get some direction for staff.
Yes,
Vice President Barron.
if you don't mind, yes, we had some discussions, and I think this could have been more of a, just like a report, like, we went out, but since it's officially on the agenda, I think that we should direct staff to pause on the iBank opportunity, and perhaps when, anyway, it's a pause. I think that we shouldn't turn it off, but it needs to be packaged very carefully. I think Mr. Flores knows how it would be packaged if we were to do so. Any debt that this district imposes on the citizens, of course, will be a board action. Of course, will be well thought through, and so I suggest that it's noticed as an opportunity for the infrastructure, a potential funding mechanism, but right now it's clear that it shouldn't be the primary one. But maybe an opportunity. And so once the infrastructure committee is impaneled and they have a clear package of things that we need to do, this could be one of the options that are looked at. And that's so as far as this item, I would direct staff not to continue with this effort until it's packaged well, and move on to the next agenda item.
Okay.
I just want to say I totally
Director Farmer?
I'm sorry. I totally concur with what Vice President Barringer just said, and I think we should take advantage of the fact that we have these new standing committees and get their knowledge and input and expertise on how we should pursue this, and if we do, the best way to do that.
And I think that the Finance Committee could look at what kind of numbers would be required in any kind of refinancing mechanism, whether it's iBank or something else, because we know how much penalty we would have to pay. We know what interest rate we'd have to get to make it make sense. So we can put those numbers together, at least to have a sense of what we're looking at. Don't you think?
No, my suggestion is you let at least the definite projects that need to be funded and how much there is there. If that's
No, I'm talking about only looking at refinancing, not any
fine.
new
If you want to
projects.
pass down the benefits of refinancing, I tend to think Mr. Flores is working on that as a guide, but I don't think both of these committees should be doing the same thing.
Yeah, and I don't think
That's all I'm thinking.
that they are.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think that they are, because I don't want to say which projects at all. I just want to know what makes sense.
Okay.
So we are not taking any action. Mr. Carmel, do we need to take any action on this?
No, ma'am.
Okay, can we direct staff to just not have any, you don't need to be doing any additional work on this right now? We're not ready for any kind of loan right now, I think, because we got to get the projects together.
I think we heard the board loud
Okay,
and clear.
thank you. 5, I'm sorry. Ms. Schwartz. For G. Yeah, for G. And then we have to take a vote, yeah.
Yes, for 5G that we were just speaking about. Yeah.
Yes.
You had just mentioned it, and I didn't realize, but the thing is, I was here when that loan was taken out, and of course, I wasn't in favor of the man with pink tie. Anyhow, the loan, we have a copy of it, and I was never really impressed with it. But the thing is, just for the consideration, you do have a considerable prepayment interest, and that's what I wanted to bring up, because that was tied in there.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you for raising the issue. All right. I would entertain a motion to go past 4 hours, because that's where we are at right now. For a proper sentence construction, I move that we go for an additional hours to include the closed session, so we can get through the closed session, because we do have closed session. An hour to include, so 7 p.m. would be the end, period.
I would be agreeable to that, but can we adjourn at no later than 6:30 so that we can have some time at the closed session?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. Yeah, adjourn
So
to
let's
closed
extend
session.
this for 30 minutes and then go to closed session
We can,
for a half an hour.
does that work?
That would be my motion.
I will second that motion.
Okay, so the first motion dies for lack of a second. Second motion is extend the open meeting for 30 minutes and then adjourn to closed session.
Correct.
For an additional half hour?
Half
if
hour.
we need it.
And we can also say more if we need to.
Right. All right. Let's have a roll call, please. Vice President Barringer made the motion with Director Wharton made the second.
Vice President Barringer?
Aye.
Director Wharton?
Aye.
Director Farmer?
Aye.
Director Pearson?
Aye.
President Rice?
Aye. The motion passes 5-0. Thank you, everyone. 5H, and I do have public comment on this after the general manager makes it, so please kick me under the table if I forget this time.
Thank you, Madam President and board members. Item 5H is discussion of task and associated timeline regarding the sustainable water facility. This is something that the board asked us to bring back. We've included cost, and we've also included some timelines on what we anticipate is going to be needed to start the process up. And with that, Bob's been working diligently in the back on his laptop, so he hasn't been sitting idle for the last 3 hours. So, Bob, with that, I'll turn it over to you and let you present it. Thank you.
Thank you, Jerry. Madam President, members of the board, I was asked to do a summary on the cost as well as where we are at with the sustainable water facility and some of the changes that are occurring on that. So that's the purpose of this report. Basically, I can, if I'm going too slow, I know the hour is late, just give me the high sign and I can speed this up. So all yours. I've outlined 4 cost categories in the fiscal impact discussion: wet weather preparedness, cease and desist order compliance, impoundment basin closure, and offsite hauling facilities. I had fairly good cost on the first 3 categories. Offsite hauling facilities, that's just some permitting costs at about $20,000 I showed. We still need to get a better estimate of what it's going to cost, either by renting tanks or installing fixed tanks as part of the fixed facility. As Jerry mentioned earlier, I think in his staff report, we had a good meeting with one of the local contractors who gave us a lot of ideas on how to approach that. So we still need to formulate that further. As far as the wet weather preparedness, the first category, that was the drainage swale design, its construction. There was biological monitoring that went on with that. Sandbagging work went into that, as well as hydroseeding. So that total cost was a little over $100,000 for those portions of the work. That was tested well today, and it performed great. The water was only about 3 to 5 inches deep, so it went around the whole facility and discharged safely. So that's now working, and this recent atmospheric river tested it well, so we're ready, and it's isolated, so that's good news. The cease and desist order compliance, it had a number of categories, and that was issued back in July. So we covered all the categories because we weren't sure how it was going to pan out, particularly with the water board's board meeting being in December. And so we did the hydrogeological study. That's a good portion of that cost. There was a surface water hydrological study, as well as soil borings to support some of that work. That came to a little under $80,000. For the impoundment basin closure, the next category, that's now in operation. That went into operation, I was writing the staff report on March 12th. We waited till the water board had its hearing back in December, and then we went full speed ahead in getting the tank rentals out there, the pipes in place, the electrical controls, and then there was some training with our operators on how to test for boron. The water board staff was very focused on the boron and keeping that below 0.75 milligrams per liter after we blend the water we're removing from the pond in with the final plant effluent. So that got a little involved, but John Alshin and wastewater staff have worked really well in making this thing operate, and that is so far it's removed a little over 60,000 gallons in just a fairly short period of time, and we're making better progress as we get more familiar with it. So that was about $88,000 in round numbers. And then the offsite hauling, as I mentioned before I put $20,000 to cover some of the consulting costs. I don't have those exact costs, but that was the help in writing in what they call an operation, maintenance, and monitoring program update. We have what they call an OMMP on file for this project that the water board had to approve in order to operate it. They wanted to see that modified so that we can operate it with the offsite hauling. And then there was an application that we made to the water board that describes the changes to the facility that they need to modify our permit on. And I was talking with our representative a little bit earlier today about it. It's not locked in stone at this point, but they're trying to target their late June of 2018 board meeting to get that approved. And then after that, we can go forward with getting the off-hauling set up. I don't have a very detailed schedule in here, and I acknowledge that, but our goal is to have it ready to operate by September 1st. Now, when I wrote the staff report, the good news is I wrote the staff report, we had 7.5 inches of rain, and as of this morning, we had 14 inches of rain. So that's from March 12th to March 22nd. So we are getting well caught up on our rainfall amount. So that's really good news. So some of the pressure I feel is coming off with this recent storm events. I'll just kind of skip through here, but feel free to stop me if I'm going too fast. But we do have it hydraulically isolated now, and the temporary equipment is working well. And we're making good progress towards hiring a chief plant operator for this facility. We have, I think the applications are due by the 30th of this month. And so we're going to look really closely at those applicants. As you know, John Alshin has been doing double duty. He's dual certified in water and wastewater. So he's been serving as the chief plant operator on an interim basis for quite a while now. So we're hoping that we get the chief plant operator position in place and we can move forward with a new person and also do some cross training. We have another person that's going to retire later in the fall that we want that person to work with as closely as possible. So that's the gist of my report. I'd be glad to get into any detailed questions you may have or anything in the text of this, but I know the hour is late and I thought I'd try to keep this pretty brief.
One question for the general manager. Are we paying Mr. Alchin for the additional work because he's kind of doing two jobs, or?
Yes, ma'am. And you know, John's an amazing individual. He'll take on more, and you'll never hear him complain. And so yes, we are. I believe he's getting additional 10% for doing that.
I just wanted to make sure that we were rewarding him. I don't want to overwork him to the point where he doesn't want to work here.
It was approved. It was also approved by resolution. No, John has a great attitude, and you know, he enjoys working here, and he's got a very promising future with the organization.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gruber. Director Pearson?
I've got a couple of questions. First of all, I drove out there today to look at how the swale was doing and everything, and you're right, it did a great job, but still, the county hasn't taken care of their issue, which is there was a good amount of water on the street out there, and it wasn't impassable, but you know, it wasn't something that should be there. So what is the county going to do to remediate this problem and keep the water from running up and over that and into that area?
Sorry, it's a very good question. I'm hopeful that we can get some cooperation where they might put it into our capital program. I know when I've had discussions last year with them initially on this, you know, it was really the response I got was they had so much on their plate. This was a fairly low priority at that time, and funding was an issue with them. They did bring up the thought of maybe some kind of a cooperative agreement and with the CCSD, but again, they're looking for some funding probably from the CCSD. Now I had a meeting with a local working group on water type or stormwater type projects, and they had a cutoff around I think it was either the 12th or the 15th of the month for proposed project submittals for that, and there might be a source of state funds for that. But there's also possibly federal FEMA funds where you can match the two, but they're competitive, and nothing's a given in this competitive situation, but that would go a long way to helping fund a fix out there. I mean, there's some things that are permit related that their public works maintenance crew were reluctant to do because they didn't feel they had the permits in place last year. But we know that if you dug a little deeper on the north side of the road where they did some work, maybe 1.5 feet more, a lot of that water wouldn't collect on the road. I think there's room for improvement on the south side of the road where the water was channeled to our inlet, our entrance gate area.
Yes.
And maybe bring that over to the creek itself with some kind of erosion, an engineered erosion control type system so it wouldn't erode the bank when it flows over there. So there's some things that can be done. We try to talk about maybe raising the road 1.5 feet high too and make it a little bit more secure and make it safer. But more discussions are needed with the county on that. And I think that's going to be the key, is just having some cooperation and some collaboration with county staff on that.
Yeah, is this something we could talk to Supervisor Gibson about and get him to move things along a little bit? I mean, we don't need it done now.
Right.
The rainy season is probably over.
Right.
But next year, if we have another one of these Pineapple Expresses, we're going to have the same issue again and again and again and again, and it doesn't make any sense. So
There is a small amount of grading, as Bob indicated, that would really make a difference on the north side. They were reluctant to get down in there for permitting issues, but if we could work with Supervisor Gibson and I could work with Wade Horton, the head of the county right now would be the time that they should be starting on those permitting processes. And obviously, the last thing we want to do is embark on raising a road. It'd be really expensive, and we shouldn't even be discussing partnering with them, in my opinion. But we should look at ways to get this resolved. And what I mean is not partnering with them. We shouldn't bear the burden of having to do that. We're not in the road business.
Yes, the road.
So hopefully that this should be identified as a high priority project to the county. And Supervisor Gibson's always been extremely supportive of the CCSD. And so what we like to do is what they call the zipper technique. Where staff will talk with staff and electeds should be talking to electives and the other board of supervisors, including Supervisor Gibson, and emphasizing how important this is to get it resolved. And then Bob and I'll talk with the CEO of the CAO of the county, and Bob can talk with the Public Works Director. So we'll hit them from multiple fronts.
So
On it.
You're on it? Okay, thank you. Second question is, do we know the amount of fluid or mixture that we're going to have to truck off to South Bay yet? Is that a figure, a rough one?
The closure plan allows us to get down to 18 inches of depth in the pond. And I know I did a rough back-of-the-envelope calculation on what that would cost to haul off, and I want to say it was around $30,000, but I need to revisit that because it's been over 6 months since I looked at that cost. So, that's a much smaller volume than what we have there now, because the cost before were going to be prohibitive, and until the Water Board agreed in their December board meeting to allow the current discharge technique that we're following.
Right. And right now we're mixing the discharge of that with the wastewater and allowing it to go into the PERC system, right?
Right.
Right. And then when we get down to 18 inches, that's when we have to put it into a tank and then haul it off.
Mm-hmm.
And then how about the preserve-all? Do we have some of that we have to cart off also, preserve-all from the filters?
We'd have to do that from the treatment facility itself, because that's inside the
and
pipes.
We're doing that on a regular basis as we use it?
We just circulate it right now. We just circulate it till we're ready to use it. So there's time on that yet until you get ready, close to startup.
Okay.
And then there's ways you can preserve it differently than what we chose in the past. Instead of using preserve-all, you can take the elements, the RO elements out and vacuum pack them, so you don't have to use that and have that same operation again.
Okay.
So,
all right. I'd like to thank you for your work on getting the license for the water rights back, okay, and getting that solved and everything. And I think he asked for about 15 different items or so. And where do you think you stand on that? Are you done with 10, 12 of those, somewhere in that vicinity as I was tracking it?
And let me tie that to the SWF a little bit. The SWF, some of the future costs are going to be related to the regular coastal development permit, okay? So we've been having monthly meetings with county staff, and now Coastal Commission staff are starting to attend that by conference call. So as we go through that process, there's going to be more emphasis on how you satisfy concerns of the Coastal Commission in particular. And one issue that keeps coming up is the water rights of the district. And when are we going to get the licensing done on the water rights? And that's where this ties into the SWF project. So the 16 or so 18 items. I made it all the way through. They did it by aquifer, so I made it through all the Santa Rosa Creek questions and responded back. I probably have 15 to 20 emails back and forth with details, and I made it through that. It was a lot of historical research because it's been a good project to learn everything from the early 1970s when it was still with the county, it was the county water district, until our district was formed, what was going on when you just had the Santa Rosa Aquifer. And it was very interesting about subsidence and all sorts of issues that were causing things to happen. So you have to go back in time and figure out where did this permit condition come from, and where was the district, and where were the battles going on that resulted in this permit condition. So that's part of the exercise. So I've been doing that in the back of this room today on San Simeon. I'm about 50 to 75% done on San Simeon now, so I'm getting really close to the end of answering all the water board questions. But it gets complicated, and the data's not there. Like one of the questions dealt with 3 old wells that were, I think, originally installed in 1977, and they're not district wells; they're private property wells. And do they still exist? And I can't find the data that says, oh, this was removed and replaced. So I had to call the county for some help, and they're trying to get me data. But it's quite a effort to piece this together. But it's getting close, and you really learn a lot of the history of the district trying to answer these questions.
On some of those, he said if you couldn't find the information, he would just make an assumption. And I don't like him making assumptions necessarily, but at some point in time, you may just have to throw up your hands on some of this and say, look,
Well, these 3 wells are an example of that.
Yeah.
If I can't find that, then I have to say, hey,
Yeah.
I don't have it. But on the other side, I want to make sure we're in compliance on the permit condition and how I answer that, because I'm trying to be as careful as possible so it doesn't come back and say, aha, you weren't in permit compliance because you didn't answer how the district addressed this in the past. So I'm going through that effort to dot those I's and cross those T's for that reason.
Yeah, good. And thank you for going through that, Mr. Grishams, because I wanted the public to know exactly where we were in that flow and all that kind of stuff also. So you did a great job of filling us in on that.
My
Thank
pleasure.
you.
We have 2 requests to speak. Do you have questions or comments? Because I want to make sure we have questions.
Folks of public comment first.
No, that's all right. You were asking questions. It's all good. John Terwilliger, followed by Don Howell. Thank you for waiting, Mr. Terwilliger. Welcome.
It's not on. Is that better? Yeah. Okay, there we go. Again, thank you, President Rice. Thank you, board members. Thank you, staff. And thank you, fire department, sheriff department, everybody else that helps keep us all where we are and keep it going. And we all appreciate it, and it's something we can't take for granted. You guys are all really important. However, I had somebody reach in my pocket this past month, $43 that I wasn't planning to spend. And I guess I missed the memo that said, hey, we're going to use the water facility. And because the last I heard, we were under a cease and desist order that we weren't supposed to use it. So apparently I missed that memo. So I'm not sure what's cooking, but transparency has been a topic today, and I would certainly like to see more of that. I mean, I can't go on the board's website right now and find the 2018 well level data. It's not there, folks. It's not listed as 2018 well data. It may be there inclusive of what's going on, but there's no separate line for it. You can go on the Cambrian and look at the well information. Every other, well, basically once a month we get some good update from them. But I would like to see that transparency that would let us know just exactly where it is. And going on further, a question was asked earlier, why do we need the water treatment facility if we've got so much water? And why do we need to turn it on? From an engineering background, you don't do something unless you have a driver to do it. You don't do something just because. It's not logical. If we had information from the water district that told us, well, if we get down to 8 feet in the San Simeon well, we're in trouble and we should turn it on. Then everyone would know. Everyone would understand and said, okay, but let's keep track of it. Okay, we're getting down there. Maybe we have to do that. But unless we have that information, It's a surprise. And if we don't have any real information that says we have to do this because, then it's all secret. And, you get a lot of people in this community who absolutely do not trust this group at all because of that kind of stuff, because we're not getting the information. How we get it, I don't know. I mean, if it's in the Cambrian every week, great. Maybe there's the board speaks, or here's where we are with what's going on, but something. But we don't know. And when I got my last bill at $43, I didn't know this thing was operating. Why? What's going on? It would be good to know. That's just more from my personal budget. We had some good budget talks today. I'd love hearing Rudy. What an entertaining gentleman. I was so delighted to actually begin to understand what he was saying after a while. It took me a few. And anyway, and just would like to see as much transparency that we've been talking about actually available to the common guy in the street that says, here's where we are, here's what we're doing, and here's where we're going, and here's why. That'd be great. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Don Howell, and then maybe General Manager would like to respond.
Thank you. Perhaps since the agenda packet was first published, there may have been a change, but it seems to me when I was reading it that it was proposing to start the facility in November. Am I mistaken on that? My question still, even with that, is supposing that this facility is started in September, we won't see water for 60 days. Mm-hmm. So I guess why, if we think we're going to need it, you have to turn it on at least 2 months in advance. And how are you going to do that? So that's a question. Basically, before the rains, I kind of reviewed this before the rain started, but why wait until September? Why not turn it on now? Why can't we do that? But I did hear, let's see. I think at the last meeting, the last board meeting, I may have heard the general manager say that the SWF, the HSWF, the hopeful sustainable facility, is ready to go. Well, apparently my memory may be wrong, or I didn't understand, because clearly it's not ready to go, because we still have many thousands of dollars and lots of work. So I'm a little puzzled about that. Also, I'm a little questioning, as of March 9th, in the general manager's report, it was stated that the effluent pond still had not been cleared out. So clearly, and I presume it's still not based upon the engineer's statements today, so presumably we can't turn it on, even now. So that's all I wish to say and one other big thing that is not being said is how much are we going to be paying the chief plant operator, including benefits, pensions, and all the other thing. That's going to be an ongoing cost, and I haven't heard word one about that. So I think those are questions that, again, the public probably needs to understand. The previous speaker illustrates quite clearly that the public needs to understand the financing arrangements that are presently made, why there is a base charge, why there is a usage charge, and when it's not being used, and why is there another item, which is when it is being used. That needs to be explained. So again, the issue is, I think if we all have sufficient information, then I think things will be much smoother for all of us. Certainly everyone is doing the best that they can, that is possible. We hope that next year we'll have the same kind of rain, but we don't know. So I think the discussions about the emergency water supply are good and need to carry forward. But I think we need to be a little more straightforward about what the actual costs are. So thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Mr. Gruber, can you address the issue, the charge on the bill?
Sure.
They had 60 days prior.
Yeah, let me, and I'll let Bob answer the 60-day one, because he'll make it much more clear than I can. So there's a fixed charge that will show up on your water bill whether that system's running or not. I definitely want to get some information from this gentleman to make sure he wasn't charged an operational fee. There's two components, if you remember, for the SWF. There's a fixed charge that pays for the debt service. He gets a bill every other month, and that's about $20 a month or so. So that's where he saw that $43. But again, I want to make sure that it's not associated with an operational charge. That is a fixed charge that everybody gets on the bill, no matter what, to pay for the debt service. The trigger mechanism in which to start the sustainable water facility is it is a board policy. First, we go into stage 3, but it's based on several variables. One being the WB Windsor Bridge East monitoring well gets to about 3 feet. We don't want to get below that. We can't get below that because we can't run the Santa Rosa wells. The other one is the influent gradient right now, or the wastewater hydraulic mound. We want to make sure that doesn't go to zero or a negative gradient, which it's positive right now. The San Simeon well, which we use as a trigger, is 10 feet. Once it gets below 10 feet, we want to make sure that facility is running, and that we monitor the Santa Rosa wells as far as the depth goes. Why aren't we starting it now? Again, as Bob indicated, we had 7.2 inches of rain prior to right in the staff report. We're up to 14 now, but last year we got so much rain that we continue to draw from that amount of rain, if you will. We got inundated. Our aquifers, in theory, will be full, but it's really that continued water that comes from the higher tributary that really will continue to fill those aquifers. So we, to the best of our ability, continue to monitor all these variables with in anticipation that we're going to have to start the facility. Now, because we did a cease and desist order on the impoundment basin, we had to go back to the Regional Water Quality Control Board, submit an OOMP, and also submit some additional information to them. And now that we're going with an alternate brine disposal methodology, that has to be approved by the Regional Water Quality Control Board. There is a 6-month lag time, and if I heard Bob correctly, he thought John could get it on the agenda in June, right, and not August, which is huge. So we've got all the necessary paperwork into them, and John Rocky told us there's a 6-month process to get it on the agenda. Obviously, he's worked hard to expedite that project, or that process, so we can be on the agenda, but they really have to approve the modification to our existing permit, since we're no longer sticking it into the impoundment basin. And that modification of the permit will show that we have an updated OOMP, and that we're going to be hauling it to South County Sanitation District. So there's a lot of moving parts, and more importantly, there will be additional cost as we go forward with the regular coastal development permit, but also the brine disposal. You know, we, again, as Bob indicated, we met with representatives from Windsor Construction, and we brainstormed for a good hour or so yesterday out there to come up with some costs associated with disposing of it. So a lot of moving pieces. We are anticipating that we will have to run it. What we don't want to do is do nothing and not assume that we have to run it, and then get to the point where we realize we have to run it, and then we're not prepared. So all the things that we're doing now is in preparation for being able to run that facility. And I agree with both the statements from the gentleman that we can do a better job in communicating that to the board. The devil's in the details. But again, we're making sure that we're doing everything we can to make sure that if we have to run that facility, and we're assuming that we still will have to, and the reason being is we may not receive that recharge from the upper tributaries that we did last year. We can have full aquifers. We can get 14 inches of rain, right? But once those things are drawn down and we do not receive additional flows for an extended period of time, those aquifers will drop significantly, and they'll drop quickly. Last year, we had the luxury of those creeks, if you will, in the upper tributaries flowing literally almost all year long. And so, you know, we're just doing everything we can to make sure that it's ready to run. So,
and you're trying to be enough time ahead to allow the board to make the decisions if we need to turn it on. And I'm glad that you're going to follow up about the Bill, to make sure there isn't something. We're almost out of time,
Yes,
and I
ma'am.
know Director Farmer has a couple of questions and comments that he'd like to make. Brief.
I think we can extend a little bit, but the assumption that we don't get water for 2 months is true. That it takes 2 months for that drop of water that we produce to make it to our production well, but the minute we turn it on, that water is available to us because it raises. It's like in a bathtub. You put water in the bathtub, and the water is available immediately. That particular molecule may not be, but you're putting water at the end of the bathtub, and yeah, there's more water available for us now to pull up at the other end. So anyway,
It slows down the flow that's coming down.
there's water being injected. That's available. That molecule isn't available, but that water is available for us to pump out of the wells because the whole aquifer is being raised. The bathtub is being raised. That's a small point. So we have to wait. We get it right.
Director Farmer, thank you for your patience.
It's not a problem, except we only agreed to go till 6:30. And I did want to make just a brief comment and question with regard to the hiring of. Did you want to say something, Engineer?
No, I thought you had a question for me. So
well, it's probably a question that will go to you and the general manager, and it's regarding, because you're talking about, well, we've got to start this up at some point, and obviously you're going to need a plant operator to do that. So I just wanted to ask a couple of questions. You mentioned in your comments earlier that we're making good progress checking out applicants. Obviously, the deadline is a little over a week away. If I remember correctly, our general manager remarked last month, or maybe the month before, that 2 people had applied late last year, but they were unqualified. So what I want to know is, there's a particular employee at this district. Obviously, Justin Smith was totally qualified to operate this facility, but he resigned and moved on. We have another employee, and during the time that the plant was being built, and I made some notes here, and he went out there, he took notes, learned as much as he could about the plant. This is a person who was a totally dedicated employee. There was a recent event up at the Pine Knolls tank where something had to be done immediately on a weekend, and he went out there and took care of it, took the initiative, contacted somebody else that needed to be involved from another company, and took care of it within 24 hours. And the reason I'm bringing this up is because this is someone who was on the employ of the district, who had taken the initiative to learn as much as he could about the water facility. And why weren't we making more of an effort to groom him to take that position, since he was already working here and we weren't having any luck in obtaining somebody? So I want to know, and one of you two, I would like you to answer that. And this particular employee is Travis Holt. And while you answer that question, if you wouldn't mind giving me his current status with the district, I would really appreciate it. Thank you.
General Manager Gruber?
do you want me to speak, Jerry?
Yeah, then I'll speak to it.
I'm a little reluctant to talk about personnel matters.
I think we should have the general manager respond to that question.
Yeah, and I'm a little reluctant to talk about personnel matters. But what I can say is, generally speaking, we did have 2 applicants, and I'll speak in general terms. One was an external candidate, and one was an internal candidate. And neither one of them met the minimum qualifications. A person can have all the heart in the world, and that's an important quality. But we need to make sure that they meet the minimum qualifications. So,
Madam President, may I move that we approve the consent agenda and adjourn to closed session? That's a motion.
Is there a
May
second?
fail for a second.
Is there?
I'll second.
Okay, moved and seconded. I have an item on the consent agenda that I would like pulled if we're going to vote on the consent agenda.
Okay, then I amend my my motion that we don't approve the consent agenda and we adjourn to closed session.
So does that mean we're not addressing the consent agenda? Or we're just going to approve it?
That one fails for a second. I
Okay.
think that we have this workshop scheduled on April 11th, which is quickly around the corner. I would like to quickly go to that. And how much time do you estimate we need for the closed session?
Very short. I mean, my recommend, I think
Is
5.
15 minutes, 10 minutes enough?
Yeah, I think.
Okay, I move that we extend for 15 minutes.
Yeah, 10.
So we leave here at quarter till?
Yes,
will
ma'am.
be
And we're,
okay.
and we're
Quarter till, yeah,
we're
we'll
going to
leave at
do
quarter
it
till.
here.
10
All right.
minutes.
So
We
you
can
don't
do it
have.
here. Oh, cool.
You don't have far
So
to
we don't
walk.
have to great.
All right, good.
Okay,
right,
let's
10 minutes.
Shuttle
continue.
service.
Let's continue then.
Just be
For
very
10
nice.
minutes, everybody in agreement? Fine.
Let's continue then. Since we don't have to go anywhere, I think we're okay.
We have food also.
5I.
Hold on, just give me 1 second, Madam
I
President.
think we have I think we have a consensus of the board that that's an okay. We don't need a formal motion.
Yes, Madam President. 5I is discussion and consideration to schedule a community workshop with balanced public relations. Senator D. Flores, retired, regarding legislative bills which may impact the district. If you recall, at the last board meeting, this was discussed, and the board directed staff to see if we could coordinate a time. We did coordinate a time with the availability of Senator Flores, in addition to make sure that the facility on the 11th is available. However, there were some emails back and forth between Director Farmer and Dean Flores with regards to the April 11th date, with a brief discussion of the possibility of moving it to another time. And with that being said, I would, I don't know if I'd have to have Monique checked on the availability of the facility, and I'm not sure if Senator Flores is available on that date that was indicated. So with that, I'll turn it over to the board, and maybe Monique can help me out on some of this these secondary issues.
Okay. What I think that since this is an item that the board did ask to go forward with, and Director Farmer has been the one wanting to do this, I'd like to hear if he's got a plan, because it does say in here, I believe, that the board needs to establish items for discussion, generate an agenda for the workshop, and I would like to hear from Director Farmer on that.
Well, there was a slight bit of confusion with regard to the date. However, it is going to be on initially. District Clerk Madrid and I had come up with the 17th, but it wound up being the 11th, and there's no reason to pursue this further and perhaps inconvenience Mr. Flores. So it's going to be on April the 11th here at the Vets Hall from 5 to 7 p.m., and hopefully it will go over 7 p.m. because I think there's going to be hopefully a lot of community involvement. So with regard to the item here, with regard to AGP video, most definitely AGP video should film this event, because it's going to be public involvement, and seeing the questions that the members of the community are going to be asking and the answers that they receive, I think is something that everyone in this town needs to know about. So the first thing that's going to happen, and let me see if I can find it very quickly here, Mr. Flores, we've upgraded the presentation that he does roughly every 3 months with regard to his activity, what he's pursuing to assist the district up in Sacramento. And so what we're going to be doing is he's going to be at first be giving a more detailed account of the work that he's doing for the community on behalf of the district up in Sacramento. And then what we would hope to do is take written questions from the community with regard to their concerns with regard to what he is doing for us. And then, time permitting, hopefully, we can also give members of the audience that are in attendance the opportunity to ask additional questions, maybe follow up on what's been stated previously, or maybe some items that hadn't been addressed until then. I do want to say this much, that in all humility, since I was the person that and this isn't about me, but I was the person that actually initiated doing this town hall meeting, that I'd like to suggest that, I be the person that's like kind of the host and the moderator, since someone like that is going to need to be involved. And then I'd also like to state that I think that just as a precursor, in other words, the more information that we can provide to the members of this community, and therefore the more transparency and openness that we can provide, the better off we are as a district, as a board, and as a community. So I want to just suggest that also that we consider having a further town hall meeting with a similar format that includes the 5 members of the board and our general manager to be open for questions from the community. But with regard to what's coming up on the 11th, I've just kind of highlighted how I feel it should run, and that if anybody wants to give any feedback on that, I'm open to it.
So I think that having a specific topic is good of the legislative bills that may impact CCSD. I don't want to put one of our consultants in a position where he has to defend his job. I also don't want to put the community in a position where they feel like they either need to defend or not Mr. Flores' employment. So I would want to not focus on that particular area. I would definitely think that a fuller explanation of his activities is entirely appropriate, and I hope that he's open for questions to get more details on how he's doing these, the reports that he's including. Because I don't think that he does give a good presentation when he comes and does it at the board meeting. This would be a less formal situation for folks to be able to do that. Are you seeing it as being focused on his activities report or the legislation, or just?
Well, maybe this is a matter of semantics, but he's just going to give a more detailed, like I said, more detailed information on what it is that he's doing for the district, and what he hopes to accomplish up in Sacramento. And then because I've had a number of people, wonder in the community what it is that he's accomplishing for us, and so people should have the opportunity to ask questions about what that is. I don't see what the quandary is.
I don't think there is a quandary. Director Wharton and then Vice President Barrett.
So he'd be speaking towards specific legislation that he is working for on behalf, as opposed to just saying, I'm working on legislation. He could say, this is the bill that I'm working for in favor of you guys.
Just like this that he gives us with, like I said, more detail.
Thank you, yeah.
Vice President Berger.
I do believe that when we were agreeing on this particular item, he was going to work with somebody to narrow down the 2,890 bills that are there and try and get a focus on those that he thinks applied to Cambria. And I think to have him explain those and get feedback as to where the focus should be is important. The actual ways and means and who he's talking to may be, like he said before, triggering other people to compete for the same projects we are. So I think there should be some care on that. Additionally, if you think that it makes good sense for us to be involved and have the public and the general manager and us be involved in an open forum, we could do that at the same time.
Well, that sounds like way too much on the plate there. I was just saying that further down the road, we should consider doing the same thing. But with regard to this particular event on the 11th, that's strictly our representative in Sacramento, Mr. Flores, doing the presentation.
I think it's a very good idea to allow for folks in the community to get a fuller, detailed report of what he has been doing and what he's accomplished, and be able to give feedback and ask questions if they have them. Since the board itself hasn't designated a legislative platform or which bills we might want to go for, maybe the way that it's formatted, that can be included, but the more of the focus on all of the activities he's doing, not just the legislative. I'm just curious. Either way, I'm good with you taking the ball and running, as long as we have a.
Well, perhaps what I can do, and consult, in concert perhaps with the general manager, the president, the vice president, whatever, is obviously contact Dean ahead of time and get some suggestions from him as to how he feel we could make the best use of our time.
Talking points.
We do need to, Director Farmer and Board, we do need to agendize this. It needs to be agendized and posted and everything, minutes taken and things like
Yeah.
that. So just let us know what you come up with, and we'll generate an agenda, and I don't think there's any staff reports needed. But maybe some of the legislative things you're talking about, we can attach some of the language with the bill, so the folks in the audience can have a better understanding of what is being proposed from an assembly bill perspective and a Senate bill perspective. So we could have handouts in the back. So whatever you guys want to do, we're on board.
Director Wharton?
So we're coming up on this pretty quick. How are we getting the word out to the community? Is there an action plan for that? Because I'd hate for one person to show up. Yeah. Not that that's going to happen, but
So I think we can direct staff to work with Director Farmer and Mr. Flores to publicize like we are normally publicizing things. We can put some. I mean,
Cambrian.
Well, the Cambrian, the district website.
Yeah, we'll do the
I would put
Cambrian.
something
We'll
up,
do
yes,
the Cambrian. We'll do the district. We'll do the district website.
can we get the fire department to make us a banner?
Have a plane fly around.
May I suggest
Banner of some kind.
that anything that Director Farmer and staff works together, that they run by the board president to make
Sure.
sure that there's some consistency?
Sure.
Because it's coming
comfortable with
on April 11th, and I think that another set of eyes is worthwhile.
Do we need to take an action, Mr. Carmel? Or giving direction as we've just done is sufficient? I want to make sure that we're covered.
It's always better to take formal action. I think there's sufficient direction that we'll be able to accomplish the goal, but if anyone wants
I
to.
move that we schedule a community workshop with Dallas Public Relations Senator Dean Flores, retired, regarding legislative bills which may impact the CCSD, to be scheduled on April 11th between 5 p.m. and 7 p.m.
And Director Farmer is in charge to work with staff, in charge on behalf of the board to work with staff to implement that.
With the
Is that
further
okay?
review of the president, yes.
With the final, yeah.
So should I second this?
I think so.
Yeah, I think so.
Moved by Vice President Berenger, seconded by Director Farmer. Can we have a roll call, please?
Vice President Berenger?
Aye.
Director Farmer?
Aye.
Director Wharton?
Aye.
Director Pearson?
Aye.
President Rice?
Aye, aye, aye.
I move that we adjourn to closed session.
We don't need it.
Second.
We don't adjourn, right? Oh.
You can say adjourn to closed session.
Okay, we move adjourn to closed session.
We'll have to schedule the additional items. Yeah.
What were you going to pull?
Fuck.
Oh.